Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a brand new way to consume college football. This is College Football Live. The beauty of this sport is that with so many games, everyone and anyone can find their niche. However, with so much action, it can be a little bit tough to keep up at times. So, as you settle in to watch your game of choice, make sure you've got us on your second screen because we're going to fill you in on everything that is happening around the country. For those of you that are new to the Chaps brand, my name is Alex Chinery. I am one third of the College Chaps. I'm a college football, NFL and NFL draft writer for The Touchdown, the UK's fastest growing American football website. Joining me for today's show are three faces, well, perhaps more voices that you'll surely recognise. First, the man with the hair. One of the rising stars of college football coverage at places like Saturday Blitz, Pro Football Network, and of course The Touchdown alongside myself. He's mates with Hugh Freeze, he's a Boston College fan, and one third of the College Chaps podcast crew. It's Mr. Oliver Hodgkinson. Ollie, how are you and which game will you be covering today?
Thanks for what is an incredible introduction and maybe overselling me a little bit there, I think, Alex. But I'm Oliver. You might recognise my voice from College Chaps. You might recognise my writing from Pro Football Network, from Saturday Blitz, and from The Touchdown. Boston College fan, New England Patriots fan, but I'm a college football fan at heart. I love every bit of action, and you're gonna feel it and see it all with us today. And Alex referenced Hugh Freeze. I've been privileged to spend a little bit of time with the Liberty football program, and I'm going to be covering Western Carolina at Liberty for you this afternoon.
Amazing. That's going to be really, really good to see how Liberty do today. Next up is another fellow college chap. He's the lead writer of the incredible Saturday in Athens column. He's our SEC czar, an Alabama fan, and an elite football historian. Mr. George Somerville. George, how are you and which game are you covering for us today?
I'm good, Alex. Thank you. This is a very exciting and slightly daunting prospect for me because I'm normally the one that's pushing you all round about the block, and today you're going to be pushing me round about the block. So slightly daunted by the prospect. You touched on SEC football, which there's precious little of today, to be perfectly honest. I was well set up to crack on alongside the Masters and get some Georgia football and the like, but the virus has taken care of all of that. So I'm going to be covering what I think is the hottest team in college football just now. I'm going to be watching the Hoosiers travel to East Lansing. So I'm going to watch Indiana at Michigan State. And that I think is a very intriguing game to watch this afternoon at the 5 o'clock slate.
Yeah, I mean, to give you credit, George, you've been high on Indiana since the very start. It's been a ride for the Hoosiers so far this year. They're having a really, really good season. But moving on to our final guest, he's a Texas fan, which obviously puts him in my good books. He's also the college football and NFL draft editor for The Touchdown. And you may be used to his, well, not so dulcet northern tones on the Collapsing Pocket podcast. It is our editor, Mr. Simon Carroll. Si, how are you and which game are you covering for us today?
I'm very well. Thanks, Alex. Pleasure to be on with you guys, as always. Looking forward to this. This is our, dry run, shall we say, trial run. Try and iron out the creases for these guys and see how well we do. You guys will know me a little bit more, possibly from other stuff, like the Collapsing Pocket podcast and, the Touchdown work we do a lot of down there. And it's really privileged to be part of the college football side of things. And that website, we've grown leaps and bounds, I think, since July 2019. So it's going really well. I'll be covering. I think it's going to make it my kind of mission to cover the sad games every week. You know, the potential car crashes. So I'm looking at Penn State and Nebraska. This is one where absolutely both teams need to win it, especially in the shortened season. They're already staring down the barrel of a losing season, both these teams. So, that'll be what I'll be covering today. A bit of Big Ten focused. I'm surprised that George didn't go with Vandy, Kentucky. The last man standing of SEC football to some extent. I see he bolted away from that one quite quick. But I really am looking forward to it. Can't wait to get stuck in.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible day of games. So the way this show is going to work is our three analysts, if you've just seen, they're covering a game each for you. I'll keep you up to date with the rest of the scores from around the grounds. I'm not watching every other game. I apologise. It's only going to be score updates. And whilst it's going on, we're going to have a nice little bit of banter and throw some barbs about, ask some questions about who we like and who we're not liking so far this season and in these games today. However, I have a little bit of a sad note to begin things on. The world of football lost a titanic figure yesterday with the passing of the golden boy, Paul Hornung. The former Green Bay Packer and Notre Dame player was a phenom on the football field. The only player in history to win the Heisman Trophy on a losing team. He played quarterback and safety as his Notre Dame team went only notched up 2 wins on the season, but he still won the Heisman Trophy. He was drafted number 1 overall and was a mainstay of Vince Lombardi's dominant Green Bay Packers teams at the start of the Super Bowl era. Hornung was the first player in history, and I believe the only player, to win the Heisman Trophy, be drafted number 1 overall, win an NFL MVP award, and be inducted into both the College Football and Pro Football Hall of Fames. His legacy lives on in the Paul Hornung Award, awarded each year to the most versatile athlete in college football. We've lost a great one. And
it was nice to pick up on that, Alex, because not necessarily a name in the UK that I think a lot of people necessarily have picked up on unless you've got a real love of history of the game, and you outlined just some of the achievements that he got throughout his career. I think it says something when Vince Lombardi said that he was the greatest player that he'd ever coached. And he was a mainstay of that 1960s Packers team. We chatted a little bit about this yesterday. He was a versatile player because when he was at Notre Dame, he was actually quarterback. And when he went to the Packers, he kind of transformed into what was then a halfback and then a running back. And was also a kicker, right? So in the 1960 MVP season for the Packers, he rushed for 928 yards and 15 touchdowns, which is a reasonable feat at that time, and in a very run-heavy defensive game. But he also kicked for 15 field goals and 41 extra points. So just think about Derrick Henry also coming on and kicking for all these extra field goals, right? It's slightly bizarre. One other thing which I found fascinating when I was reading up about him, because a few years ago I was very fortunate to travel up to Green Bay and into Lambeau Field, and they've got the extraordinary Green Bay Packer Hall of Fame where he rightly gets centre stage in that. But he did play one extra season for the New Orleans Saints, and I think this goes to show just how extraordinarily a player was, because you touched on the fact that he was number 1 pick in the NFL draft. He won the Heisman. He was also the number 1 pick in the NFL expansion draft and moved to the New Orleans Saints, bearing in mind that was at the end of his career. So I think that just demonstrates how prolonged that career was at a time when, let's be honest, football was not an easy game to play by any stretch of the imagination. Very tough, very physical, and rightly so. The NFL community is mourning the loss of we overuse the word legend, but a true legend today.
And then just one sort of final point to bookend on the end of George's there. Paul Hornung set the NFL record for points in a season way back. I think it was in that MVP season, that MVP year. That record has only been broken once, and that was by LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, in his MVP career, back in 2006, I believe that was. LT took 16 games to break a record that Paul Hornung set in 12 games in a season. Just shows the measure of the man. But whilst George and I could sit here probably talking about Paul Hornung all night, we can't do that because we have games to watch, games to preview. We need to bring things into 2020 and into this fascinating college football season. I'm going to take you with Ollie now to start. We're going to start talking about Liberty. This is a program that is having a fantastic season. They had a huge win last week against Virginia Tech. do they have a little bit of potential today for a letdown game as they come up against Western Carolina, a team who hasn't played yet this season?
You used the word fascinating football season, and I think you look at Liberty as a program, and I think they're one of the most fascinating. I call them one of the most romantic storylines of the 2020 college football season. And they come back home today to Lynchburg, ranked number 22 after that phenomenal 51-yard field goal by Alex Barbier to win the game against Virginia Tech, the massive upset of the last week of college football. And as you say, there is always that potential when a team comes off a massive win that they come crashing back down to the ground with the expectation that they would easily beat a team like Western Carolina. You know, Liberty have got the second longest active win streak in the whole of the FBS behind Notre Dame. They're on a 9-game winning streak. It's one of those games that has that perfect storm of upset written all over it. But what you've got to bear in mind is Western Carolina have never beaten an FBS team. So this is their first game of this season. They've not played a game for nearly a year, 357 days since Western Carolina last played a game. Their FCS conference was cancelled. They'll play in the spring, but they're playing 3 games, 2 very good games against Liberty today and North Carolina, a team we're going to talk about, I'm sure, throughout this show. They've got a 3-game window now to prepare for that spring season, but they're going to have, it's going to be sloppy from Western Carolina. They've not got that potential upset as far as I'm concerned. Like you say, it's 57 games without a win against an FBS team. But what I think is fascinating about this matchup is it shows how far Liberty have come. These two teams last played each other in 2008. They were both FCS teams. They have a 3-3 head-to-head record. And it just shows you how far Liberty have come that they're now the 22nd ranked team in the nation. They've got players like Malik Willis, a quarterback, the Auburn transfer, who come to this program. And we speak about upsets. I spoke to Hugh Freeze this week. He's talked endlessly about the maturity of his guys this week, how they're bringing it to practice. He's been extremely happy with practice this week. And I think it all creates that environment where I just don't see an upset win. If you're a betting person, I wouldn't be laying bet on the upset of Liberty at home to Western Carolina today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, make sure you follow Ollie on Twitter. His Twitter handle is there right in the picture, because you will get great updates across multiple college football programs. Ollie puts in work like almost no one else in the country doing that. Next up is, I'm going to go over to George. We're talking about Indiana and Michigan State here. 2 pretty fascinating Big Ten teams, George, aren't they? You know, Indiana really weren't that much fancied coming into this season. I mean, you called it on our Big Ten preview show when you said that they had a chance to really challenge in the Big Ten this year, and actually were one of the better teams in and around their division. But they got that big win over Penn State in week 1, and since have just gone from strength to strength, haven't they?
That's right, Alex. I think they've used that win against Penn State to springboard forward into the rest of the season, to be perfectly honest. And Indiana probably taking advantage of the fact that the Big Ten is a little bit a conference in flux just now. We all know that Ohio State is the best team in that conference, but there's a lot of other teams that are going through transformation. And, you know, we just have to look at, I guess, let's call it the crisis that Minnesota now find themselves in, right? And you're going to touch on Penn State later on. The Indiana, who have been somewhat steady state for a couple of seasons now under Tom Allen, have really got off to a flying start. You talk about them being relatively unfancied. I like to say they flew under the radar a little bit, because they did have a winning season last year. They've come from a very low base, right? I mean, I think that winning season last year was the first winning season, and I can't remember how many, but something like 20 years. So they definitely are a team on the up. And the other thing that kind of strikes me a lot, listening to either other commentators or listening to Tom Allen in person, is the confidence that he's brought into that locker room. He, without a doubt, has brought a team of players collectively together. And obviously, as we've seen this season already, that might be the single most important thing that he's done. He's got Michael Penix Jr. Heading in the right direction. But interestingly, and this is where I think this game gets fascinating, Michael Penix Jr. as a starter is 8-1. That one loss, East Lansing, Michigan last season, right? So this is where I think this game gets a little bit interesting, because on the other side of the ball, Mel Tucker ran out of Colorado as quick as he almost got into Colorado, made it over to Michigan State, and frankly, that is the perfect storm over there with the virus, the inability to really construct your team. Dave, my good friend and colleague Oliver Hodgkinson had cited that Michigan State would not win a game this season. Well, they did, but frankly, I think we're all shocked at how they managed to do that. The question is, can they do it again today? They are very much unfancied against the Hoosiers.
Yeah, I mean, that win against Michigan was just out of nowhere, and well, we should have expected it from Michigan, really, to come into that game after a really good win week one and screw the pooch, as some of our American friends will say. Si, you're the only one left to talk to now. Penn State and Nebraska. I dubbed it the toilet bowl when it was being advertised last week during NFL Sunday on Fox. Penn State are 0-3, Nebraska are 0-2. Neither program has really got close to their opponents in any of their 5 games this year. Well, I suppose the Indiana loss from Penn State week one was the close was close. It was in overtime, but are these two programs that need a real reset and real clear out at this point?
Yeah, I'd argue they probably do, and I think the flip side of obviously what George just said there, where we've got these suggestively smaller teams in the Big Ten upsetting the apple carts, like your Indianas, like your Rutgers, like even your Michigan State against Michigan, is that the big names are taking losses, and significant ones as well. And I mean, I live for it. I absolutely live for it when these big teams get capped at the knees and brought down a little bit. If you just look at the Big Ten right now, it's upside down. Ohio State, notwithstanding, obviously Penn State and Nebraska, which I'm going to get to now, but Michigan too. Wisconsin can't even play a game. It's exciting to see, I think, really. But as far as Penn State and Nebraska goes, this could be a sorry affair, or it could be really exciting. I think there's a lot to lose here. We'll start with Penn State first. I mean, this is a program. This is almost an outlier for a season, I suppose, because James Franklin, he's been there 7 seasons now at Penn State. He's 56-26 all time. I think he's had 3 11-win seasons. He's 2 significant bowl wins, Fiesta Bowl, Cotton Bowl. This program's been on the rise for quite some time. It seems quite solid, if you know what I mean. Like the NFL stars, you just look at them: Saquon, Miles Sanders, YGM last year, maybe Chris Godwin, but wide receiver Adrian Amos, Donovan Smith. These are names that come through this program, and obviously some of them started before Franklin got there, but a lot of them have been there since as well. And it's a storied college football team with a lot of history and tradition, and yet this year they're 0-3. They've lost to Indiana. Heartbreaker, obviously, and maybe unjust, but great as far as I'm concerned. Ohio State, no surprise there, but Maryland as well. Last week, it almost like they give up. It's 2 appalling losses in there. What has really gone wrong in Happy Valley? And I suppose there's numerous things. I mean, I'd argue that the defense is a problem. Micah Parsons opting out at the beginning of the season, that All-American linebacker, significant loss to them. He was the backbone of defense. He's just gone, and you can really tell. If you look at including last year's Cotton Bowl, Penn State have shipped 30-plus points in 4 straight games for the first time in their history, which obviously is groundbreaking, really, I suppose. Just giving up huge chunk plays, but there's a lot of different reasons. Obviously, we're going to get to talk about Journey Brown in a bit, but I mean, him, not missing for the season, but basically retiring, that's a big loss for them. They're going to have to lean on the arm of Sean Clifford, who, let's face it, he's not doing well under pressure. I mean, he threw the ball 57 times versus Maryland. I don't think that was quite in the script, really. It's the second year as a starter. His completion percentage is down. Almost thrown as many picks in 3 games as he did all year in 2019. He's just overthrowing the receivers. You haven't seen the progression, really, with Sean Clifford. There's rumours that James Franklin's missing his family. His family have moved down south because his daughter has got sickle cell disease, so they're protecting her from the COVID, which I think the COVID as well, obviously, isn't helping things. They've had to try and install a new offensive scheme over Zoom because the new offensive coordinator, Kirk Ciarrocca, he came in, didn't he? Replaced Ricky Rain in the offseason. So there's a lot of different reasons why Penn State are a mess. you like to think it's a one-off, but I can't really say that it is. It's hard. There are reasons to be optimistic with Penn State. Look at senior safety Jaquan Brisker, box safety, absolute tone setter. He's got the physicality. He's not on one man's team almost on defense at the moment, but it's good to see. Juice Scruggs, the lineman, played his first snap for maybe 2 years last week. That was exciting to see as well. And tight end Pat Freemuth, he got, I think, 90 odd yards for six receptions against Maryland. He's not quitting. He's all in. There'll be no chance of him opting out. And they've got 5 winnable games essentially to end the season. So, I would argue that Penn State are probably in a healthier position going into this game than maybe Nebraska are, who have been a mess for a long time, I would say. Scott Frost, 9-17 record. I think that undefeated national championship season from UCF seems a lot longer ago than, was it 2017? The homecoming has really not gone to plan for Scott Frost. I don't even think we can call Nebraska sleeping giants anymore at this point. It's like me saying that Preston North End are sleeping giants. They've not done anything since the turn of the 20th century. And the Cornhuskers haven't done anything since the 90s when Scott Frost was quarterback there. So, it is a big fall from grace in this program. The Cornhuskers between 94 and 97 had I think they had more national championship wins than they had losses in that period of time. That's crazy. So getting back to that is it's a mile away as far as they're concerned. I don't know what the winning formula is in Lincoln, to be honest. I mean, Scott Frost style, he's full throttle, sleeves rolled up kind of quarterback, total effort to the cause. You see him getting involved in training, totally intense. Like you see him throwing football, you see him making tackles, all kinds of things. Does that style, old school styles, is it still working with the bigger programs in 2020? I'm not sure, but I honestly think that the failings are more systematic. Maybe it's more systemic in the program than just things like that. I mean, they've got discipline issues. The running back Maurice Washington, who was supposed to be the best recruit since Scott Frost's tenure there, he's facing felony charge for sending an ex-girlfriend awful videos, like non-consensual sex acts and things like that. Yeah, so it's like shades of Lawrence Phillips his time in Nebraska there. But yeah, they're leaning on Dedrick Mills whilst he's out. And the big question I would suggest is maybe Adrian Martinez at quarterback. 2 years ago, everyone was getting dead excited pairing him with Scott Frost, and I don't necessarily think he's legit. I think some people are getting a bit more excited about Luke McCaffrey, who's flashed in spells since he's come on the field. So I'd argue that Scott Frost is in Nebraska in a much worse position than Penn State are going forward. I think Frost will probably survive this season because I think he can very easily use COVID as an excuse. But this is certainly a contest between two teams who got nothing to lose, and I'm hoping that parlays itself into a very exciting football game.
Yeah, and I mean, this Nebraska team, it just seems to go from bad to worse for that staff. Earlier this week, former wide receiver J.D. Spielman, who transferred to TCU this summer, made public that he had asked for his game-worn jerseys from his time at Nebraska to be shipped to his father's house up in Minnesota. His father, Rick Spielman, is the GM of the Minnesota Vikings. And the program had just not responded. He posted screenshots of the texts to the equipment staff, to the athletic director, to athletic staff on Twitter, and they just were not honouring the request of one of their former players just because he'd transferred out. And that's just not the kind of behaviour that we can have in 2020 when we're talking about players. Players are transferring all the time. It happens to everyone and every program. You have to just move forward and make it and make these guys just better. Just accept it. Now,
and you know what, Alex? Sorry, this happens so often in programs which start to lose their way, that the culture is not right. And the question is whether Scott Frost brings the right culture with him, because what was really interesting when the Big Ten had effectively postponed its season, and if you remember rightly, the biggest noises came from Nebraska as to getting that season kicked off. And what was interesting to me, frankly, was the way in which the rest of the Big Ten reacted to that. Now, Ohio State did eventually come alongside Nebraska, and then a few others followed. But at that point, they were very much out on a limb. The kind of dark horses, the black sheep, if you like. What it struck me was that Nebraska were really out on their own. And you've seen that in the media. Now, arguably, that's the media's prerogative. But the media really has given Nebraska a right hard time. And as Simon rightly points out, this has not been a winning program for decades now. And they've had no sympathy. And in fact, a lot of ways, question marks over whether Nebraska should still remain in the Big Ten Conference.
Yeah, no, I agree. And obviously, Nebraska, one of the more recent entrants to that conference, so there's not the same history there as there are with some of the programs that we talk about in that conference. Now, just quickly before we get into today's games, obviously we are very, very close to them starting. I'm going to quickly go around the group and ask which players are you watching out for in today's game? We'll go do it quickly. We'll make it one player to watch in one of the games today.
Well, I'll take the lead then, guys. I'm going to keep my one eye on UNC, North Carolina. We've been quite excited about what they're doing over there, and obviously, Matt Brown's the coach over there. Their running back tandem of Javonte Williams and Michael Carter just proving impossible to stop. I think that might continue again against Wake Forest, who've been a little bit, quite interesting on defense. So it'd be good to see how they match up this way today. So,
yeah, I agree. I love that pair. Ollie, you look like you're ready to jump in.
I'm going to go late, so we're talking a midnight kickoff, and I think we might touch on this game a little bit. We won't be covering it while we're on air, but number 19 SMU travel to Tulsa. They've got one of the most underrated defenses, I think, in college football this season. There's a number of great defensive prospects on that Tulsa team, but the guy that's going to go up against them today, the guy that leads the nation in passing yards, Shane Buechele, the former Texas quarterback. I know you two guys will be have some opinions on Shane Buechele, but he leads the nation in passing yards. SMU is 7-1. And frankly, I think they should be higher than the 19th ranking that they are currently. It's going to be interesting to watch that game. And they've got a freshman running back in Ulysses Bentley the fourth, who is pretty special as well.
Right on the edge of my all-name team from college, Ulysses Bentley the fourth, one of the fantastic names of college football. George, take us home. Who are you looking forward to watching today?
Well, we clearly haven't talked anywhere near as much SEC football as we should have. As much as I think Indiana have been the stars of the show so far, the stars of the show for me in the SEC, aside from the guys who you think should be winning, are the Arkansas Razorbacks, who I think have just had a fantastic season so far. Sam Pittman has just done a great job talking about culture, brought in a culture, and really everyone's bought into that. They play the Florida Gators, who are now moving ahead in the SEC East, looking very likely to be the team that plays in the SEC Championship. Could this be a trip-up game for them? Well, it could be, because the Gators are without Kyle Pitts, who got that concussion last weekend. But when you look at, and if you read Saturday in Athens this morning, Kyle Trask is just having a year of all years, and Kyle Trask should be leading the kind of Heisman chat just now. So this is going to be a really interesting game, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a fascinating battle there this evening between Florida and Arkansas. So as our hosts go and get their setups ready for the games today, I just want to tell a little story about why the 14th of November is really, really important to college football fans, especially the 14th of November 2020. I'm going to take you back 50 years now to the 14th of November 1970, where the Marshall Thundering Herd were travelling home from a match against East Carolina when disaster struck. Inclement weather, 2 miles from their destination, the plane carrying 37 members of the playing squad, the entire coaching and medical staff, the university athletic director, and 25 program boosters were killed as the plane crashed into the side of a mountain. The town of Huntington, West Virginia, where Marshall University is situated, was devastated. It had lost a team that had worked incredibly hard to come back and once again become a crown jewel in the community surrounding the town of Huntington. And along with some of the town's most important and prominent people who were boosters of the program, who were on the plane, who had just coming back from watching their team play, it was all gone. The story in the intervening years of how this program and this university and this town built itself back up to be the kind of program that it is today is fascinating. Now today, the Thundering Herd are 6-0, rolling towards one of their best seasons for some years. And when they go up against Middle Tennessee, kicking off in the next couple of minutes, the hearts of everyone in Huntington, West Virginia, and all of us as college football fans will be with the unfortunate victims of US sports' most devastating air disaster. Such a poignant moment today, and I know there's been a huge amount of work in the college football community to commemorate this day and this game. It's going to be a really emotional day in Huntington, and certainly something that we're looking forward to seeing, because this is a team. Marshall are having a really, really good season. I mean, they started it off. They were playing in week 0, so Grant Wells, the freshman quarterback, came in, redshirt freshman quarterback, and really made a name for himself because he played so well in that opening game where all the eyes were on Marshall. They were on TV. They were on ESPN, I believe, on that day. And this program has just built itself back, and now they're having one of the best seasons the program has ever had. So they're certainly going to be one to look forward to watching today. We are ready to go, I think, in all of these games. It looks as though there's Virginia Tech, Miami. Looks like there's been some sort of delay, maybe, because it's not showing up on my feed. So that's an awkward one for me. First thing I sort of see all day, and I turn the feed on and Army Tulane's on. So I'm sure we will keep you up to date on all of the goings on here. So the game should be kicking off for all of our guys. Just a reminder, Ollie is watching Liberty against Western Carolina. 7-0 Liberty going up against Western Carolina, playing their first game of the year. George is going to be watching Indiana's game against Michigan State in, I believe that's in East Lansing today. So 3-0 Indiana going up against 1-2 Michigan State. While Cy is watching Penn State and Nebraska. Penn State are 0-3 and Nebraska are 0-2. Whilst we wait for a little bit of action to really begin, lads, let's hear who's a team that's really sort of surprised you so far this year. I mean, we touched on this a little bit on the College Chaps podcast episode on Thursday, but yeah, who's a team that you've really sort of enjoyed watching maybe this year?
My favourite, I'm delighted is probably the word, but BYU's performance so far this season has been phenomenal. I think just often forgotten as an independent, they've kind of benefited a little bit from the COVID situation in that they get free to schedule how they like. They've still got the ability maybe to manipulate that schedule to their advantage as well, going further down the season if all things fall their way. But sitting pretty currently in the top 25 rankings now, it's not. I would venture to say that if any more big time losses from any of the Power 5 teams, and they could be sneaking in. And of course, Zach Wilson has just been a dream to watch, and certainly forced his way into the first round conversation, and dropped his name amongst the Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence's and Trey Lance's of the world. So I'm really looking forward to diving into his game tape, I think, a little bit before April, and see what he's about, see if his arm strength is good enough and stuff like that. But I do remember watching one play against Boise State where he rolled out to the right and threw across his body for 50 yards to a touchdown. So I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, personally. I'd say BYU are the big winners so far this season.
Yeah, they've certainly been worth staying up till the middle of the night to watch as a UK fan. So often their games are 2:30, 3 a.m. in the morning, and I'm glad that they've made it worth us staying up to watch. Ollie, have you got anyone maybe someone different from who you picked on the pod on Thursday night?
Well, I mean, I will go to someone different, but I want to just add a few points to Simon's very well constructed BYU argument. Zach Wilson gets a lot of attention, and I mentioned this in the podcast on Thursday night. He rightly gets a lot of attention, but that team is absolutely ram-chocked full of superstar talent. Wide receivers like Dax Milne, Gunnar Romney, the running back, Tyler Algier. Defensively with guys like Kairos Tonga. It's stacked with talent. They've been fantastic. We mentioned Thursday night about adding a Power 5 opponent at some point in the 3 vacant weeks that they've got between now and the end of the season to make a real, genuine, concerted push for the college football playoff. It's not out of the stretches of the imagination at all that BYU team, if they remain undefeated, they had a decent Power 5 team onto their resume as well, anything can happen in this most disrupted of college football seasons, and I really can see BYU sneaking in there above. There's a potential for two lost SEC teams that haven't looked great. The Big 12, as we often allude to, eats itself alive year in, year out. And Oklahoma State, a team that I was quite hot on coming into the season, they were my outside bet for the college football Final Four. And I don't think they're going to make it. The Big 12 consistently eating itself up. And there's a real chance that BYU make it, as there is with Cincinnati. We watched Cincinnati last night. 55 points did they put up at East Carolina? Yeah, 55 points. And most importantly, they restricted ECU to 17 points. Now, in this game last year, ECU and Holton Ahlers put up 40-odd points on Cincinnati. And last night, that's Cincinnati's secondary, that Cincinnati defensive line put the moves on ECU all night long. Linebacker Jarrell White, he had an absolutely phenomenal game. He was all over the field. And Cincinnati are a team that are consistently beating up on opponents. They're not winning close games. They're beating up on opponents. And we talked about their game last week against Houston being a potential tough game for them to win. And they just went ahead and destroyed Houston. They went ahead and destroyed ECU last night. And Cincinnati are putting themselves in a position where, again, the SEC lets itself down. They might not even finish the SEC season, and we're going to get to this week's cancellations. But Cincinnati really have a genuine opportunity, as did BYU, of making that college football playoff, and they've been super impressive. We've got a score on the board, by the way, guys, at Williams Stadium.
Yeah.
I'll say that. I thought the field goal for Western Carolina had gone through, but it actually looks like it's gone just wide. Yeah, block kick. So Liberty have only allowed a scoring drive in 5, I think it is, of Hugh Freeze 6 times. So Hugh Freeze has been in charge of the Flames. They've allowed an opening drive score. That's not going to happen today. It's 0-0.
Nice. Good job, Ollie. Well, after the block kick that got called back allowed them to kick the field goal and win last week, they block a kick on the first round this week. George, I want to talk to you a little bit about Alabama, because whilst the Crimson Tide were ranked in the top 2 coming into the season in the AP poll, they, with Mac Jones, rolling with Mac Jones at quarterback, there was some suggestions that they might not be the same sort of power that they have been in years past, with Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Hurts at quarterback before him. Now, Mac Jones has looked fantastic this year. Alabama have looked fantastic this year. How has that come about? Who's playing really well, and were we wrong? Well, were people wrong to doubt Nick Saban? I'm sure that's the easiest question in the world to answer.
I think it's listen, everybody wants to doubt Nick Saban wrong, right? It's the whole Alex Ferguson debate all over again. He's too old, he can't move with the times, etc., etc. But the one thing that Saban has done throughout his very long starry career is he's brought the right people in alongside him. And really, to answer your question, why it's all come together for Alabama again this year is because of their offensive coordinator and Steve Sarkisian, right? Sarkisian is a proven coordinator, has been throughout his career. A career not without its bumps and humps, frankly. But as often happens at Tuscaloosa, coaches get a second opportunity, and effectively the great ones use that and move on. It's just interesting that Sarkisian, his name is now being touted as the front runner for jobs which haven't come available yet. Yeah, I mean, I think listening to Nick Saban at the start of the season, I don't think he really had any kind of great doubt about Mac Jones. Size jumping up and down, which I suggest means that something's happened in his game.
I can't hear you, Si. We can't hear you, Si.
Sorry, I had it on mute. I was getting too excited, so I had to put my microphone on mute. big shock here for starting. Luke McCaffrey started the game for the Cornhuskers. He's driven him all the way down the field, legs and through the air. Hit Austin Allen over tight end over the middle for a great little game. And now we're in the red zone. He's just hit. I can't even remember who he's hit now. I got so excited about that one. Cade Warner, wide receiver. It looks like he's hit the goal line. It looks like he's got a touchdown, but he's also spilled the ball as he went to the ground. So Penn State scoops it up and ran back. I'm still not sure what's going on right now. Waiting to find out. But sorry to interrupt, guys. But that was the
yeah.
Oh, it's gone to an advert break. Oh.
See, this is why you stick with us. Unless YouTube puts them in, there shouldn't be any ad breaks today. We're going to take some breaks ourselves just to make sure we don't go completely crazy sitting in the same spot for 4 hours. But Ollie, looks like you've got something going on right now. We're going to come to you full screen.
There was a touchdown for tight end Johnny Huntley. He's called back on a flag. I was getting super excited. He's called back. But Liberty are moving the ball down the field just easily, as you'd expect against an FCS team that haven't played a game all season. But Malik Willis is looking strong already. Josh Mack, the running back, is looking great. But no touchdown as of yet.
One of the things that I'd written down about my preview about Michigan State, Indiana, was that Michigan State are very prone to turnovers, and Indiana would be very alive to turnovers. And Jalen Williams has had 3 interceptions in the 3 games that he's played so far. But in this game, it's sadly Indiana have turned the ball over very early in the game. So the first Indiana drive of the game is now been turned over, and Michigan State are now back in possession.
Nice. Yeah, one of the things that Indiana's done well is limit their offensive turnovers and get up big in the turnover margin this season. So that's not a great start for the Hoosiers there in East Lansing. Oh, that is just how crazy it can get. You know, big event in Si's game, big event in Ollie's game, big event in George's game, and you know this is our pilot episode. This is the first time we're doing this.
We've got a score because just to make Simon feel quite assured, I do actually have a screen with the Kentucky Vanderbilt game on it, and one of the things and also the Masters, right? So I'm juggling here. But one of the amazing things about the Kentucky Vandy game was it was 5 minutes in and no one had scored, but Kentucky have just scored against what is probably the worst defense in SEC football, if not this season, probably of all time.
I knew you couldn't stop yourself from watching that, George. I knew it. Absolutely. I sniffed it from a mile off.
Well, two programs that you wouldn't want to rely on either Kentucky or Vanderbilt to win you a game if your life depended on it. So this season, someone's got to win in that one. Usually the games are taglined with "someone has to lose." Well, in this one, someone's got to win, and they're going to trip over themselves to get it done.
Do you know, Kentucky can be a difficult team to play. I mean, that is particularly Kroger Park. They can be very difficult. They also must be a very frustrating team to watch, frankly, because they're up and down. And Si's got his hands in the air again.
Yeah, Si. What's going on here?
We're going to get a touchdown. The ball, the pass to Cade Warner was completion, but he was just short of the goal line, so they had a first and goal, and Luke McCaffrey just snuck it for a touchdown. So Nebraska take the lead. It's a big surprise that Scott Frost has gone away from his guy Martinez and started with McCaffrey. Don't know the reasons for that. I assume it's just a game decision rather than anything to do with injury or anything like that. But he's moved the football. They've looked really good. Penn State couldn't really get any much of a stop. I mean, the defensive end Jason Oney had a reasonable tackle, but apart from that, literally no way they've stopped this Cornhusker march down the field. 3.5 minutes drive, touchdown, and 7-0. Assuming this kick goes through the sticks, which it does, Nebraska lead.
Wow. And what could be the way in which this game is going to play out? Rocky Lombardi has just fumbled the ball, although he's recovered it. So we've had a turnover and a fumble in the first 2 plays of this game. I don't know whether this is going to set the tone for the next 3 hours or not.
I mean, it could well do. Just to keep you up on some happenings around the ground, Tulane have driven down the field on Army. They are up 7-0, and they have the ball back. In that game. That is a big game. Army 6-1 coming into that game against a Tulane team that have been a bit middling this year. Big game though. It's always a big game down in New Orleans for
touchdown Liberty.
Oh, here we go. Over to Ollie. Let's go.
It's been coming, and Josh Mack, running back, the bespectacled beast of Liberty's running back room, In from the 1 yard line, 7-0 Flames.
Nice. Here we go. We expect to be going to Ollie for Liberty touchdowns a fair bit today. It could be something that happens on the regular, as they say for this one. Oh, Si, you mentioned a little bit in the preview about Journey Brown, and I find this story is just, slightly heartbreaking, but also makes me feel, quite happy a little bit inside, because during routine COVID testing over the summer for Penn State before the Big Ten season started, Journey Brown went in for a medical checkup. He was the running back for Penn State. He was the next guy off the cab rank in a program that has produced some fantastic pros such as Miles Sanders and, of course, Saquon Barkley in recent times. But when he went for his checkup, the doctors found a heart condition, and that heart condition, it ruled him out immediately for this year, especially with coronavirus around. He is a person who has to shield and make sure that he doesn't catch coronavirus. And it came out in the last couple of days that he has actually got to retire from football. This medical condition is so bad that he cannot play again. Now, for me, I'm gutted, because watching this guy's tape last year, I had him in my lookout list over the summer as a top 5 running back prospects for this upcoming NFL draft. He had an NFL career ahead of him, and it's absolutely gutting to see. But I'm just so happy for the safety of this young man that they found this condition now and not when it was too late. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah, very much so. I mean, lucky he found it through that COVID test. He's diagnosed with a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which basically is where the heart muscle surrounding the organ kind of thickens and it restricts blood flow. And obviously, when you're doing, elevated and maintained exertion, you're going to find complications. We've seen it in football. Interestingly enough, players just keeling over on the pitch, undiagnosed. So he's lucky that he's found it, but it is a bit of a shame. And like you say, Penn State, bit of a production line really at the running back position. You've seen how good Saquon has done and how good Sanders has done, and Brown was very much going to be that next guy. And 1,000 all-purpose yards last year, big-time home run threat, and something they were really relying on this year. So I mean, as sad as it is for Journey Brown, it's also sad for Penn State. Obviously Noah Cain's also injured, so they're leaning on Devin Ford, but more so again on Sean Clifford, and maybe that's the reason why they're struggling a little bit. But it's not the place where the Knicks offense wants to be. But I suppose when, in the grand scheme of things, as sad as it is for Journey Brown, ultimately it is a blessing to find it, and we wish him the best. Yeah,
absolutely. Touchdown for Wake Forest. They were up 7-0 over North Carolina. Kenneth Walker caught the ball in the Wildcat and just ran it in from 1 yard out for, I think, his 12th touchdown on the year in that Wake Forest program. That's a strange program, actually. Sam Hartman, the quarterback, was featured on the Netflix show QB1 a couple of seasons ago. He's at Wake Forest now. He's only thrown 4 touchdowns in 5 games or 6 games so far this season. The running backs at Wake Forest seem to just eat all the touchdowns for this program from close to the goal line. So it's been a bit of a weird season for Sam Hartman coming in. He has some talent there, but whether he has enough to whether he quite has enough to make it work at the next level, I'm not quite so sure.
It's been a nervy start to the game for Indiana, who have now got 2 negative plays in succession and are now on their own half-yard line trying to get out of the end zone. It's not been the best of most confident start for Indiana yet.
I mean, we said all summer that this was a roller coaster, and the college football season has definitely been a roller coaster with COVID-19 and with a lot of things. Coming into the game today, after George tipped them in our Big Ten preview show, Indiana have been going up and up and up, chug, 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 chug. Maybe they've reached the top and they're just going over it now. Now that George is on live on YouTube talking about this team, it would be very fitting if they.
I'm bound to fall flat on my face, right? That's guaranteed. If anyone's watching our pick sixes from last year, there was no way that I was ever going to predict anything for more than 2 games in the bounds, right?
Yes, that is certainly the case. Ollie, your thoughts on Journey Brown? I mean, it's a huge loss to the NFL draft and to football as a whole, I think, because he's a talented player.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm kind of glad in a way that you have come back to me on Journey Brown, because it's a big loss. Si mentioned previously about this running back factory that they have at Penn State. Saquon, Miles. It was going to be Journey Brown. Noah Kane now is injured as well. But in all the sadness of Journey Brown's injury, we spoke about the COVID tests and the increase in the amount of medical testing that has come about in this college football season due to COVID. And we talked about it back on the pod about there is these moments of, I don't want to say positivity because that's probably the wrong word to use, but think back to the summer and TCU's Max Duggan. He, through regular testing, they discovered a heart condition there. With Journey Brown, they've discovered this heart condition. And without all that increased testing that they're having this season, due to everything that's going on with COVID, you kind of get the feeling that it's saving lives. And that might sound like a bit of a dramatic approach, especially when you look at Max Duggan, who's back and he's playing football and he's actually playing pretty well for TCV in stretches this season. But it is, it's kind of a small ray of positivity in what has been an increasingly difficult situation. But it's super sad for Journey Brown. It really is. And I hope that there's something down the pipeline for him, whether it be of a football coaching nature, something that keeps him involved in the game, which he so clearly loves.
Big play for UNC coming out of here. I agree everything you just said, Ollie, on with Journey Brown. And what I want to know with these programs, these big programs, they've got a lot of money, do a lot of testing. How are they missing these things for their players, these young lads that they've got real responsibility for? So it looks like this play is going to be called back. No, it's not. It's gone for a touchdown. Daz Newsome taking the pass to the house from a long, long way out. A huge play for North Carolina. They level it up, or they're an extra point away, from leveling it up here against. It's an 80 or so yard catch for Daz Newsome for the touchdown. Sam Howell, the quarterback there for UNC. Si, did you have something?
Just a little bit, mate. We've seen Sean Clifford move the football down the field a little bit for Penn State. A bit more methodical than Nebraska. More with his legs, 25 yards from a free carries, and then he's just going to try and throw an out ball to his wide receiver, and quarterback from Nebraska, Cantaylor Britt, picks him off quite comfortably. It was an awful pass. They're down to the 20-yard line already here in Nebraska. Within the 10 now after a cheeky little run there. So Nebraska taking it to Penn State. Things could be much worse in Happy Valley than we thought.
Yeah, that would be quite something. I mean, a little bit of insight for everyone on James Franklin and his future with this Penn State program. Anyone who's listened to the College Chaps podcast, anyone who's watched college football this year, especially happenings in Austin, Texas, know just how much pressure Tom Herman is under in the burnt orange of Texas. They have failed again really to win big games, this team this year, and Tom Herman's on the hot seat. And if Texas do decide to move on, James Franklin is one of the names that keeps being spoken about in Austin. He's just over and over and over again. It's talking about James Franklin as the next guy, or potentially the next guy to come in Austin. And if things go wrong with Penn State, if he is somehow let go, I can't see Penn State letting him go or firing him this season, even with a really poor performance given the COVID and given his history at that program. But if he wants to move back down south to be closer to his family, I think that Texas job is certainly going to be one that comes a-calling for him if it opens up this off-season. I mean, if Texas wins out and they are contenders in the Big 12, then maybe Tom Herman gets another year. But I've got a feeling that if Texas don't win the Big 12 championship this year, Tom Herman might be out as the head coach of the Texas Longhorns, and James Franklin is definitely going to be near the top of their list to be the guy that comes in to replace him.
I think I need a light like Alex, where I can light it up when I need to butt in. They've moved down to the red zone of Nebraska. They tried running it. Interestingly, Wandale Robinson, the wide receiver, getting a lot of carries as a running back. So that's their idea. Third down, tried to hit wide receiver at the back of the end zone and missed. So they've tried to settle for 3 points. It's 10-0 to Nebraska. Decent start.
Yeah, interesting. And the pressure keeps coming on this Penn State team. And we've seen Sean Clifford already throw one interception today. maybe more on the cards, because I'm not sure I'd want him if I was a team and I was trying to come from behind again, especially if this deficit grows any larger than 10 points. George, you said you got the Masters on. Oh, go on.
Yeah, just interesting. When I was reading some of the notes before this game, what was interesting last week with Indiana was that they threw the ball a lot in the first quarter to try and get the Michigan defense off balance. And the one thing that the kind of most commentators or most analysts had said would not provide them with much momentum would be to run the ball against Michigan State up the middle. And frankly, that's exactly what Indiana have done in this first quarter, is run the ball up the middle. As I said, they were stuck on their half-yard line, but Michael Penix threw for 34 yards to get them at least out of their own end zone. And I thought there was a bit of forward momentum. But sadly, in the next 3 plays, they decided to run the ball 3 times and now had a 3-and-out, and I just kicked the ball back to Michigan State. So, as I've said, now for 3 consecutive plays, Indiana not getting off to the best start that I thought they were going to have.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough watch there in the Big Ten so far.
This is what happens when you watch Big Ten football. I'd be much happier just going back to watching some SEC, to be perfectly honest.
Well, will you just look at your other screen then, mate? Go on. Will you leave the Big Ten to me? I'm having a whale of a time here.
So, Augusta was the setting this morning for College Game Day. We saw the guys, so many of whom have now been on the College Chaps podcast, and I'd say definitely come and check out those episodes where some of Game Day's biggest stars have appeared on our show, and we're very, very thankful to ESPN for that. George, you and I share a little bit of a fascination with this golfing event, and the setup for the Masters is often just so incredibly pretty, and for the first time ever we're seeing a Masters played in the autumn. The guys were there, as I said earlier, in College Game Day, and it was a fascinating setting. But what I want to talk about are those 2 helmets that they had at the front of the stage. Twitter is on fire about these 2 helmets, adorned white football helmets with the Masters logo. Everyone trying to get a hold of them as a little piece of memorabilia. We can see your memorabilia set a little bit behind you. I've actually seen the view in front of George is even better than the view behind him right now. It's incredible. Do you have a line on one of those 2 helmets? Because
I'd love to. I actually saw Ryan McGee tweeted it last night, and I saw it because the way that McGee had written it was, the picture was like the vista out over, so they were effectively the stage was, Ike's Pond kind of idea, and it was looking out over the majesty of the par 3 course. But McGee had said, if you just raise your eye down, you can see there's 2 fantastic helmets, and yeah, I absolutely love to have the helmets. I also noticed that all of the game day crew had some very nice Masters mugs on the desk set this morning. So I've never been, as you can see, I've got a Phil Mickelson flag behind me. I absolutely love the Masters. I was telling the guys the other day that it's become a standing joke that I enter the Masters ticket lottery every year, and I've had 11 straight declines from them. The unluckiest lottery pick of all time, I would think. But yeah, one day I'm going to get across. But I just couldn't believe. I listened to Marty and Beagie this morning. Marty Smith was on the course. Obviously, ESPN Game Day guys were on the course. I'm just so jealous.
Yes, certainly so. West Virginia have gone up 7-0 on TCU. I believe it's now gone off the board on where I'm looking at scores, but I believe that they're up 7-0 on TCU.
Yeah, that's right.
Big game in the Big 12 this week. Sure to feature in tomorrow's Red River Roundup. Make sure you check out the touchdown for that. A little bit of shameless self-promotion. Also, it looks like Virginia Tech have taken the lead against number 9 Miami. Virginia Tech looking for a big bounce back after that loss last week to Liberty in such incredible fashion. And Marshall obviously playing the game on today, the 50th anniversary of the Marshall plane crash that we spoke a little bit about earlier. They're up 7-0 against the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. So number 16 Marshall leading against Middle Tennessee.
In a game that is starting to look a bit like the Keystone Cops, Rocky Lombardi has just thrown yet another interception. This is like pantomime season. Neither offense really wants the ball. They're just kind of just throwing it back and forward to one another, to be honest. So it's interesting from that perspective.
It just begs the question of how bad are Michigan?
Yeah.
It absolutely does, Ollie, right? I mean, and we talked about this on the pod a little bit, the question mark about Jim Harbaugh's, he came in to improve the brand at Michigan and the culture and all that kind of stuff, and he's done it, but the performances on the field have not really improved much at all.
The Virginia Tech touchdown was a Hendon Hooker running touchdown, and the guy was an absolute beast. If you watched Liberty against Virginia Tech last week, Liberty did a fantastic job shutting down the Virginia Tech rushing offense as the fourth in the nation, and held them to 201 yards, the lowest amount of rushing yards that Virginia Tech have been held to. But a lot of those rushing yards came through Hendon Hooker, the quarterback, and he's 4 of 6 passing for 44 yards, 3 carries, 44 yards, and a touchdown in that game.
Well, yeah. Just that. Sorry, I'll just jump in there. The Virginia Tech Miami game. I would take Virginia Tech in that game before this. This is my shock of the week, like the upset rather. They seem to lose games too close than they should do, whereas Miami seems to squeak games that they have done. And yeah, Virginia Tech, even when you look at how just, I would call it unlucky, but kind of just like disjointed they've been since Justin Fuente has been head coach there. I think they could sneak this game, and I think that touchdown obviously tells tale. Like, you can't be such a good running offense like they are and be that bad. But interesting little game in here. We've got some movement on the ground. Devin Ford's taking the ball out of Sean Clever's hands, although we have seen the first pass from to Pat Frymouth, the tight end. And they seem to be running the football a lot better, Penn State, when they're running behind the backup tight end, Brenton Strange. It seems to be the way they're going. Trying to keep the ball on the ground as much as possible, working their way to midfield.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are really keying in on Pat Frymouth, because when you have the nickname the Baby Gronk as a tight end, it's quite a lot to live up to, and teams are certainly sort of planning for him there. Right, what we are going to do, we're going to take about a 30 to 60 second break quickly now, stand up, stretch our legs a little bit, replenish some drinks, maybe use the loo. Make sure that you do the same, get up, get moving, because sitting down for too long in the same view is not really where we want to be. So we'll be back in about 30 to 60 seconds. Welcome back to College Football Live, here with the college chaps and the touchdown. George, we've had a touchdown. Speaking of the touchdown, we've had a touchdown in the Kentucky-Vanderbilt game. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we have indeed. Terry Wilson's back in at quarterback for Kentucky after Joey Gatewood starting last Saturday. The much maligned Vanderbilt defense parted and let Wilson run in for a touchdown. So Kentucky showing their dominance. 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Kentucky 14, Vanderbilt 0.
Yep, and it looks like Tulane have also scored. They're up now 14-0 against Army in that game. That looks like a little bit of an upset potentially brewing down there in New Orleans. I mean, Tulane were actually betting favourites, even though Army have had the better record this year, and it's quite tough for Army when they get down this big with them loving to run the ball so much, running the triple option. It's quite tough when they're down by this many points for them to get back into this game. Still not thrown a pass today for Army. They've only run 8 plays so far, so it's not been a good day for Army's offense there. There is just under a minute left in the first quarter.
Indiana are in the red zone, but they continue to run the ball, so they clearly think that running the ball into the end zone is the best way to do it. Did I ever tell you that the Tulane Green Wave was the first college football team I ever saw in person? And back then they were playing at the Superdome. So I actually went to get inside the Superdome and saw Tulane play Tulsa.
Very nice.
Not that was much of a fascinating fact, but I just thought I could fill 30 seconds.
Well, that is the aim of the game here.
Don't give away the secrets, George. That's this is what we've got. Plenty of filler material left. We don't have to tell them that just yet. Wait till the fourth quarter.
Indiana have scored. They have rushed it. This is what happens to me. Insofar that the minute I say that the running game isn't working, it clearly does. So Indiana score a touchdown.
Nice. So Indiana go up 6-0 against Michigan State, pending the extra point. Miami have kicked a field goal, so they bring that game back to 7-3 deficit there. Virginia Tech leading in that one. North Carolina have also kicked a field goal, so they lead 10-7 against Wake Forest. There was a big sack from the Wake Forest defensive tackle Cox, going up against obviously Sam Howell in the end zone. Sorry, in the red zone with that one. Where are we going next? Was that Ollie? Just wanted to.
All I was going to say, AC, was that it was Stevie Scott, the third, who scored the touchdown. He is their number one running back, so he's going to see more of the ball this game than anyone else is.
Yeah, any of you college fantasy football players, that may or may not affect your game. They are up 7-0. The extra point is good. So, scores now in every single game across the college football slate so far. But I want to turn our sort of eyes to the later slate of games. Some big games coming up today. I like the look of USC. Obviously 1-0 after that fantastic comeback last week. But I want to talk to Mr. Hodgkinson about his Boston College Eagles, because my super underdog pick of the week is Boston College to come in and shock 7-0, number 2, Notre Dame. I think this is a really tough game for Notre Dame. I think Boston College are going to play them really tough. It's Red Bandana week. We spoke to Tom Rinaldi about the Red Bandana story. Do you want to give us a little bit on the Red Bandana story, what this game means to that program, and then the game itself?
Yeah, sure do. I'm just keeping an eye out on the corner of my screen. There's a flag on the play. He's dropped it anyway. So Boston College, Notre Dame. There is. You're not the only person who thinks there's going to be a big upset in this game. As a Boston College fan, it's hard to remain unbiased against a Notre Dame team that I think are overrated this season, despite that win over Clemson. But that's by the by. A lot of media really giving Boston College a chance of getting that win tonight. And you referenced it at the start when we talked about Liberty and WCU. Is you come off a big win like Notre Dame did against Clemson, and you struggle to bring that passion and that fire the week after. And there's obviously a closer talent gap between Notre Dame and Boston College than there is between WCU and Liberty. But the Red Bandana game is, and we had Tom Rinaldi on to talk about the Red Bandana and what it means to the Boston College program. Wells Crowther, who was a Boston College graduate, a lacrosse player, a star on the lacrosse team at Boston College, graduated Boston College and became a trader in the city of New York. He was in the Twin Towers when the 9/11 attacks took place, and he was in the South Tower when it was hit. And his heroism and selflessness and sacrifice on that day resulted in saving multiple lives at the cost of his own. And no one knew who this guy was, save that he wore a red bandana across his face, as Tom Rinaldi described it, like a face mask, as we're seeing so much now. as coronavirus sweeps across the globe. And he wore a red bandana that had been a present to him as he was a child. And that's the only way that anyone knew who he was. And months later, the story began to surface about this man in the red bandana, and they took the Crowther family, managed to pick up on that story, and they traced it back, and they discovered multiple accounts of Wells's heroism on that day. And year on year, Boston College played a red bandana game. They have a unique kit, a unique uniform for that game, and Cy will join me in talking about what an absolute beaut that Boston College red bandana uniform is for the game tonight. And I just think on a day that is so emotionally charged for the Boston College program, I think they're going to go out there and they're going to bring that fire. They're going to bring that enthusiasm that I think Notre Dame are going to struggle to muster after that win last week. And there's a genuine chance of an upset tonight. And there's a bit of revenge there as well. You know, you look at Boston College quarterback Phil Jurkovec, he was allowed to leave Notre Dame. He couldn't unseat Ian Book. And let's not get into my opinions on Ian Book in this show tonight, because we could still be here when this game kicks off at 8:30 if I'm to be listened to and bang on about how overrated Ian Book is. But there's that revenge element, and Jurkovec is coming to a Boston College program that has been traditionally a power run offense. It's been, for the past 3 years, it's been give the ball to AJ Dillon and watch that man go to work. And under new head coach Jeff Hafley, it's a very different offense. And Phil Jurkovec is absolutely slinging it around. We've got, I should probably be a little bit less biased, but it is we. We've got players like Zay Flowers, the wide receiver, who is having a phenomenal season as well. And we've still got that threat in the backfield as well from David Bailey, who was, you know, I feel a little bit for David Bailey, because you think he's going to come in and he's going to take all these carries for AJ Dillon, and his draft stock is going to soar in the same way that AJ Dillon's has. But, you know, he's still there. He's still putting in the work. He's still grinding out really good games during this Boston College season, which has gone better than anyone expected, certainly better than I expected. And there's all that recipe there, I think, for a fantastic game tonight. And my tip would be watch the two linebackers. We've heard loads about Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah on the Notre Dame side of the defense. But Max Richardson, the linebacker from Boston College, actually leads the nation in tackles. How those two guys perform tonight could certainly be key to the game, especially when you look at that Notre Dame rushing offense with Kyron Williams. The defensive front seven for Boston College is going to have to play lights out. And then I don't think Notre Dame, if it gets into a shootout, will be able to live with Jurkovec and Zay Flowers. And as we've said, the recipe's all there for an upset tonight. I
was interested to. I consider myself judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to the jerseys. And
hang on, touchdown, Liberty.
Go on then.
13-0 pending the kick. And literally, I just caught it out of the corner of my eye as I finished ranting about Ian Book. Bear with me 1 second. It's a passing touchdown from Malik Willis. I can't see who's caught it, to be honest. Let's the replays on now. Malik Willis is so good. His movement in the pocket is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. His tight end Johnny Huntley with what looks to be a good 30-yard touchdown, and Alex Barbier presumably will put this through, because if he can put through a 51-yard field goal against Virginia Tech, he's not missing this extra point against West Carolina. No, straight down the middle, 14-0, Liberty Flames.
I've got two touchdowns. Hang on, to talk about very quickly here. Wake Forest went up 14-10 on North Carolina. Sam Hartman threw to Jakari Robertson. And then UNC marched straight back down the field. Sam Howell throws the touchdown pass to De'Ami Brown from within the red zone. It's extra point is good. North Carolina leads 17-14. We'll go to George first and then to Cy.
Well, I was going to say it's been a fairly disastrous couple of minutes for Michigan State. First of all, linebacker Cal Halliday has been ejected from the game for targeting, and what was quite a bizarre helmet-to-helmet on the offensive line. Then Tom Hallen's son managed to get a fumble out of Rocky Lombardi. So Indiana got the ball back, and Indiana have just scored a rushing touchdown. So Indiana now 13 up, about to kick the extra point.
Right, the Penn State game. Interesting things. We've seen a bit of defense from Nebraska. So the linebacker, Will Honus, and the two defensive ends, Jojo DeMann and Ben Still, which his name's too close to Ben Stiller for my liking, without making a joke about it. They stood firm. They forced Penn State to make a field goal. And Penn State really they're just so disjointed. It's untrue. Even after kickoff, after on the other side of the win second quarter now, kicks it out of bounds. Penalty straight away, starting for the 40-yard line for Nebraska. They can't seem to get out of their own way a little bit, Penn State. Might just throw it back to Ollie, just talk about those jerseys in the red bandana game at Boston College. Bit of Paisley, if you like a bit of Paisley action, get on that. And also, who's worse, Ollie? Your two-man crushes at quarterback, Ian Book or Brian Lewicki?
Oh, it's Brian Lewicki all day long. There's no comparison. Ian Book is the Tom Brady of college football compared to Brian Lewicki, to my mind. When George referenced Tom Allen's son, I'm presuming he's talking about Mel Tucker, because Tom Allen is clearly Mel Tucker's dad right there. It's Indiana versus Michigan State. The touchdown scorer for Indiana was the aptly named Ty Fogel, who's a wide receiver at Indiana. I love the fact that college football throws out the most bizarre names that you've ever heard.
I mean, at the end of this season, I've not run this past Si yet, so we're going to do it live on air. College football all name team article.
Yes.
Put it together. Maybe that one can go out on Christmas Day when we try and do something a little bit funky.
Oh yeah, maybe it can go out on Christmas Day when you can all get drunk and eat your turkey and I'll have to be at work. Is that what you're saying? No, thank you. Maybe not. But I like the idea of the article. We'll sign that up straight away.
Yeah, fantastic. There's been a touchdown in the Vanderbilt game. They have scored, I believe, and they're up. They've closed the gap to 7 points. So Kentucky lead 14-7. And there has been a touchdown in the Tulane Army game. Army getting the score. They have closed the gap to 8 points, I think, pending the extra point. I'm just waiting for that to click through. It's currently 14-6. I will let you know if they kick that extra point or if they try and go for two.
On the Army Tulane game, Tulane defensive end Patrick Johnson actually leads the nation in sacks, so it's no surprise that Army are struggling moving the ball on Tulane today.
Yeah, I can't wait for this guy to lead the nation in sacks, then for draft Twitter to fall in love with him and then to get drafted in the 5th round and then not make the team of whoever drafts him in the NFL. Some fascinating games already going ahead. Somehow Wake Forest, North Carolina is only just ending the first quarter. Wake Forest are back in the red zone in that one. That looks like it's going to be one of these shootouts that North Carolina have kind of got themselves into a bit this year. They've got a fantastic offense led by one of the brightest young quarterbacks in the nation in Sam Howell. But the defense has just not been very good this year, and the secondary especially has been atrocious. They just can't seem to cover anyone, and they're letting up chunk plays over and over again. I believe they have one of the best names in college football in that secondary as well. I believe his name is Duck Storm or Storm Duck, one of the two. He's a cornerback for UNC. Storm Duck.
Get him in the article straight away.
Yeah, he is. He's first team all name in
him
and
a guy in Simon's game, DiCaprio Bootle.
Oh yes, we'll be getting onto him in a bit. Is moving around the field a little bit. Sorry, go on.
So some fantastic names across the games today. Oh, TCU, they've kicked a field goal, so they have drawn back to 7-3 against West Virginia in that Big Ten tussle.
Obviously, I can't multitask because I can't watch an Indiana touchdown at the same time as a Vanderbilt touchdown, but Vandy have got a score back, so that's a little bit closer game now, 14-7, just at the top of the second quarter.
Just as it seemed that Luke McCaffrey was slowing down a little bit, they've been fortunate with I would say, bit of an auspicious penalty from... Oh, here we go. Number 15, he's off to the races, is he? Is he in? Betts. There we go. Touchdown, Nebraska, 16-3 up, pending the kick. We get Xavier Betts, the wide receiver. Looked like a little cheeky jet sweep there. Penn State defense, as mentioned prior to the games, is a big time problem here. But Nebraska, I thought they were slowing down a little bit, but break out a big play. Things looking a bit more rosy for Scott Frost on that sideline.
Yeah, big win will do Scott Frost a lot of good, I think, in terms of his status as the head coach in Nebraska. People aren't going to remember how bad Penn State were this year. Just that he has beaten the name of Penn State, that will be huge for him. They have kicked the extra point as well, I believe. So that is 17-3 now.
How demoralising must this be for Adrian Martinez when he's on the sideline? All it took was a quarterback change to really galvanise this offense, and I suppose take to the cleaners team very much mired in trouble in Penn State, but it would be a big win for the corners, because like you say, Alan, and the fact that McCaffrey's at the helm, it's probably no way back now for Martinez. A bit of a shame.
Sam Hartman is dealing today. Just 4 touchdowns on the year coming in. He's thrown his second passing touchdown of the game today. Green, the receiver that takes it into the house. Wake Forest, are now back in the lead against North Carolina. They are 21-17 ahead in that one. Certainly been a back and forth game, and one really worth watching. That is live on BT Sport and ESPN Player. Oliver Hodgkinson, over to you.
Guys, we've got a close one.
Yes.
West Carolina has pulled a score back, passing touchdown to tight end. Bear with me, let me find his name. Called Clayton Bardal.
Nice.
The well-known backup tight end of West Carolina, wide open in the end zone, absolutely busted coverage from Liberty. And to be fair, West Carolina have had a couple of opportunities. They've midway through the first half, it wasn't fascinating enough to interrupt the conversation that was happening at the time, but they forced a 4-and-out deep in Liberty territory, but they just couldn't do anything with it. They're very much still in this game, despite the 14 unanswered points that Liberty rushed out to. We could have a closer than expected contest on our hands here at Williams Stadium.
Nice. That's what we want to. That's what we want to have. It really is. We're hoping for.
That feeling that Rocky Lombardi probably doesn't want to come out for the second half because Jerome Johnson, linebacker, who is a big lad, and I know you're all laughing at, but he is a huge lad, has just steamrollered him and he's left Lombardi in a heap on the ground. I've got a feeling Lombardi's going to turn around and say he's not coming out for the second half.
I mean, this Rocky Lombardi performance, I'm not watching it, I'm only getting, obviously, George's updates, but it reminds me of a game we saw last year when, off the back of one of the NFL London games, we spent a night in an O'Neill's pub in Oxford Street with Matt Miller and Connor Rogers of Bleacher Report and their Stick to Football podcast, which has unfortunately now ended. Watching, first off, Oklahoma lose to Kansas State in a fantastic game, and then sitting there watching Michigan State play, and the two of them being quite surprised just how much Ollie disliked Brian Lewerke, who didn't put in a very, very good performance. One of the highlights of the NFL draft was Ollie's reaction when Brian Lewerke was picked up as a priority undrafted free agent by the New England Patriots. It was one of our funnier moments on the pod, letting him know that a couple of days after the draft had ended. Oh, there's been a touchdown in the West Virginia TCU game. The Mountaineers taking it out to a 13-3 lead pending the extra point. And
touchdown Kentucky.
We'll go to George.
Yeah, sorry. Terry Wilson had just thrown it. I can't quite make out who it is that's got it in the end zone, but that restores the 2 touchdown Upshaw at the tight end. So 20-7.
Just to jump in there quickly, Alex, that jet sweep touchdown by Kay Warner, the wide receiver from Nebraska, 50 yards. Significant problems on defense for Penn State, without just to put it mildly, mate.
Yes, certainly so. West Virginia have kicked the extra point, so they are up 14-3 now on TCU. It would be a big win for West Virginia. They're probably out of the Big 12 race now after that loss to Texas last week, but they're still having a much better season than a lot of people imagined. Jarrett Doege, the quarterback who has a stupidly sounding name for how it's spelt, is he's a pretty good passer. And then
he's my fancy quarterback.
I know, and I don't know if he's thrown the second touchdown. He's definitely thrown one touchdown today.
Well, I say he should frame that second one as well. Championship to win.
And sorry, one thing I should have said about the Kentucky game, and this is the danger of not listening to the commentary, was that in the first play of the game, Kentucky didn't start a left guard on the first play. No, this was in tribute to honour O-line coach John Schlarman. And there've been a number of different tributes by by Kentucky in his honour. So Vandy very kindly declined the penalty, so that was nice of them also.
Oh, sorry for interrupting that. I thought it was just complete and utter balls upon the first play.
With the
I
way
was going to say that left tackle Landon Young is so good that they don't need a left guard, but yeah.
Is the two states of North and South Carolina have some of the best quarterback play in college football at the minute. Both Sam Hartman and Sam Howell are dealing today out there. Another touchdown for Daz Newsome here as UNC go up 23-21 pending the extra point, which they're just kicking in front of me now, and it is good. Huge shootout game here. There's still 12 minutes. It's still just under 13 minutes left in the second quarter, and North Carolina lead Wake Forest 24-21. This is going to be a nuts game.
You talked about good quarterback play in South Carolina. You clearly weren't talking about the play of Colin Hill, who's fast becoming the reason that Muschamp's going to get the sack in the next couple of days, right?
I really wish I had the sound drop ready, but anyone who listens to the College Chaps podcast knows just how much Will Muschamp means to us. If you didn't know, the clip right at the beginning of our intro is Mr. Muschamp after a decision goes against him in the latter stages of a half last season, and he just kind of exploded at the ESPN sideline reporter at the time.
Oh! What have we got here? Oh dear, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong for Penn State. He's only just been taken out of the game a little bit, as Sean Clifford. They put in Will Levis for a couple of running plays. He's back in, dropped back, strip sacked by number 8 from Nebraska, who's Deontay Williams, the safety on a safety blitz, and scoop and score. So another touchdown for Nebraska. I'm going to put my feet up, boys. This game's over.
It's getting ugly for Penn State. If it wasn't ugly already, this is a horrific season so far. It looks like Virginia Tech are in the red zone against Miami. They're leading 7-3. It's the only game at the minute in the red zone on my updating scoreboard. I will let you know if any touchdowns are scored there. Mr. Hodgkinson, you look like you've got a point to make.
Yeah, talking about ugly plays, and Malik Willis, absolutely acres of time, if that's a real sentence. So much time. Found Demario Douglas absolutely wide open. There wasn't a man in the same pitch, let alone the same yard, and dropped it. The refs signalled a completed pass. Western Carolina have called it a timeout, and that's coming back because he at no point did he ever have control of that ball. But wide open, absolutely wide open. He should be 21-7, and it's I think it's coming all the way back when this comes back out from the commercial break.
Nice. Drops are the worst of things for quarterbacks. They are the real killer because they don't show up in the stat sheet. They only show up as an incomplete pass, and it's certainly something that factors in, I think, to a lot of performances out
and to be fair as well, in this game, Malik Willis has had a number of incomplete passes of his own volition as well. It's not been a stellar game from his perspective that you would expect against an FCS opposition like Western Carolina, who are incidentally a very inexperienced team. They have just 9 seniors in their entire roster. Although they return a lot of guys from last year, they have no great amount of seniors on that roster as well. So they're putting up an admirable performance so far. Let's put it that way.
That's obviously very good to hear. Si, I've just seen in the crowd at the North Carolina game 2 lads in sets of dungarees and patterned with the Carolina blue diamonds, white diamonds, and the black lines. I want to get your opinion on that idea.
Well, I'm glad you threw it over to me. I've been hampering for a pair of dungarees for a time, but my wife's barred it. But if one of you guys want to find out where you can buy those things and send them over a Christmas present, I would absolutely rock those on this show every week. I would do that with no t-shirt underneath either. So a little treat for you all. I would wear them. I think they're smart. Are they short dungarees or are they full-length trousers?
It looked like full-length trousers. From what I saw.
Perfect conditions for Manchester weather. Sign me up. I don't think I'd take them off, mate. Honestly, I've got a pair. My wife, I've got a couple of. Whilst we're killing some time, I've got a couple of clothing things. A couple of years ago, I told my wife I liked Adidas popper pants from when I was a child. She found a pair on eBay for £1 and bought them for Christmas. I never ever take them off. In fact, I don't have them on now. But and the other thing was this morning, jumped into the shower, had a nice shower, got out, walking around with the towel around the waist like I'm the Old Spice guy. Bent over and split the towel. How do you split a towel? I've never split a towel in my life. I was furious. It's my favourite towel as well. So yeah. Anything wardrobe related, send it over here, mate.
I was about to say that Indiana were firing on all cylinders now and really going to make a mockery of this game, only to see Michael Penix throw an interception in the end zone. So Shakur Brown has managed to get a turnover for Michigan State, which effectively stops Indiana from running away from the game, because that would have been 21-zip. So still 14-0 and Michigan State ball.
Nice. Virginia Tech have scored a touchdown there against Miami. They now lead the number 9 team in the nation 14-3. I'm just trying to find out who threw it. So Jalen Holston rushed up the middle, 8 yards for the touchdown in that game. He is one of the running backs there at Virginia Tech. Ollie.
I think we've got.
Oh, Si. Who is it?
No, so if Ollie wants it, you can take it. No rush on mine.
Just a big play. We talked about a drop pass just a couple of moments ago. Same again. Malik Willis, 3rd and 10, loads up, finds Kevin Shaw. Great catch, contested catch, and Liberty are in the red zone now. It's just 2nd and 6.
I think we've got a quarterback change for Penn State, a permanent one. Sean Clifford's on the sideline with his helmet off. He doesn't look injured. I think it's just they pulled him. Well, Will Levis is in now. Very much a running quarterback. He's not throwing a pass yet, I don't think. Let's see what's going on here. No, it's changing tack a little bit. We'll see how it goes, but I think it's 10 minutes left in the first half, and they've pulled their star quarterback.
Tough one for Penn State at the minute. This season is unravelling, and that's why we put Si on this game, just for those exact reasons. Just to let you know, as a little bit of just a piece of data. Illinois and Rutgers have kicked off. They were a 6 o'clock kickoff, I believe. So Illinois are 0-3 on the season. Rutgers are 1-2. A perennial basement battle in the Big Ten. But Rutgers have the chance to get to 500 on the year. And there's a big play just happened in the
touchdown
Forest Carolina game. We'll go to Ollie first while the refs sort this one out, and then I will be back on.
Malik Willis, he can do it all. The man can. He's got an arm, and he's that dual threat quarterback that is becoming so prevalent, not just in college football, but moving into the NFL. Fakes the running play to Shedro Lewis and just marches into the end zone himself. And the guy's unstoppable. Coming into the game, 603 rushing yards on the season. Presumably this kick's going through the uprights again from Alex Barber. Yes, it is. It's 21-7 Liberty Flames.
I think I've lost count, but I think this might have been the 3rd turnover from Rocky Lombardi. So Tyon Mullen has just pulled one out from the throw, and I believe that Lombardi's now thrown 3 interceptions, and we haven't got to halftime yet.
I think we're about to have an ejection in the Penn State-Nebraska game. Marco Demut, the safety for Nebraska, targeting on the running back, the backup running back, in fact, for Penn State. So that's Kayvon Lee. Ducked his head into the tackle, helmet-to-helmet contact, targeting review as we speak. I'm pretty sure he's getting kicked out. Okay,
so we're back to the Wake Forest North Carolina game. On the goal line, bad snap, went high. Sam Hartman caught it, juggled it, and then Sam Ellingered it into the end zone. QB power, As he's going into the end zone, he fumbles the ball. The ball's lying there on the floor. He manages to spin round, pick it up, and finish in the end zone. So Hartman scores a bizarre rushing touchdown for Wake Forest. They kick the extra point. They lead 28-24. Still over 10 minutes left in the second quarter. This game could end 75-73 or something similar. It has been absolutely mental thus far. Also, Army they've got back into the end zone. It's now 14-12 that they are behind against Tulane in that game. They didn't kick the extra point in the first part of this game when they got in before, so I think they're going for 2 again here. Makes sense that Army doesn't have a kicker because, well, they're Army and kickers are kickers. So moving over, Ollie, have you got something to talk to us about here?
No, we're still just kicks gone through the uprights, 21-7 here still. Just showing replay some of the key moments of the game so far. And like I say, Malik Willis's rushing touchdown has Liberty 2 scores cleared. 9 minutes left in the second quarter.
I talked about Rocky Lombardi's play, but in the last 8 Michigan State plays, Michigan State are -4 yards and they turned the ball over 3 times. So it's not unexpected that Peyton Thorne, the backup quarterback, is now warming up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a change there.
Just update on that targeting. Marco Demut got away with it. I don't know how he's got away with it, but he's still on the field. Remarkable call. I find it looked all the world like targeting. He really ducked his head down to hit him with the crown of his helmet, but he's got away with it.
The targeting rule is a strange one, actually, in my opinion, because we see so many instances of it not necessary to eject the player. So I come back to last week's hit on Kyle Pitts in the Florida-Georgia game. And that hit, it was targeting. You know, the helmet-to-helmet contact. But the kid that, I think it was Richard LeCount, who hit Kyle Pitts, didn't really deserve to be ejected because it wasn't a nasty hit. There was no malice involved in the hit. It got wrong. It went wrong. And, you know, in rugby we have incidents like this, and it's a rugby incident. It was a football incident. It was a football play. And yes, there deserved to be a penalty. There deserved to be some yardage for Florida. But I don't think Richard LeCount deserved to be ejected for it. Now, some people will say he did because Florida lost one of their top players in Kyle Pitts for the rest of the game because of concussion and for this game today. So LeCount sitting out the rest of the game maybe is what we deserve to see. But I think we need 2 levels really to target him, because for a guy to get ejected just for getting a hit a little bit wrong is not really what we want to see. We want to see players ejected for nasty hits, and I think that one last week certainly wasn't one of those, but it sounds like Size one maybe was. Yeah,
I mean, I can't even tell you running the ball. If he was going to go to the ground, absolutely no need to duck his helmet and make contact there. But I think they must have suggested that the helmet wasn't the first thing to hit. But as far as I could see, it was blatant. I don't know how he's still in the field.
Okay, De'Aaron King has pulled back 7 points for Miami. He rushes in a 10-yard touchdown on a scramble. Miami now 4 points behind Virginia Tech, who lead 14-10 in that one.
Big stuff here on the third and short. David Lee tackled by Honas again. So Nebraska defense stepping up 4th and 1. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what Penn State do here, but I think they're going for it.
Nice. Update in the Rutgers-Illinois game. Noah Vidral, the quarterback for Rutgers, has thrown a passing touchdown. They are up 7-0 against the Illinois Fighting Illini.
They're 2 bad teams.
2 bad teams?
2 really bad teams in Illinois and Rutgers.
Yeah, if they started at 5 o'clock, I might have chosen them over these 2. I ain't decided.
I was going to say, that's your genuine Big Ten toilet bowl right there. Really.
I mean,
and
Rutgers are better than they were.
Sorry.
Rutgers are better than they were a year ago. You know, Greg Schiano has made a little bit of a step with that program this year so far.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a couple of guys on that Rutgers team I like as well. And we've mentioned on the podcast before, guys like Tyshawn Fogg and the running back Isaiah Pacheco. There's some talent there, but they're not an overall talented team, and neither are Illinois.
Oh, that's a big sack there for Wake Forest on, I think it looks like it was on second down. Yeah, second down. Sam Howell catches it. They're running running a bit of play action, and the defense just doesn't bite. And it looks like Beecham Jr. maybe gets the sack on a Bergen Jr. gets the sack on Sam Howell, and now UNC are in 3rd and 12, down 4 points and needing to score here.
We've got. I just want to say that as bad as Penn State are, they have a genuine NFL quality player in Pat Freeman. He is a man amongst boys on this field. He really is. Like just a cheeky little slant pass. I think it's almost the first pass that Will Levis has thrown or attempts to throw. Hits him in stride, gets a good, comfortable 10, 15 yards. Penn State are now in the red zone. They're moving the ball a lot more easily. We've got a player down the field actually for Nebraska. It looks like it could be in a spot of bother there. I'll get back to you with who that is in a second. But yeah, Pat Freeman, phenomenal football player. I was surprised he didn't go into the draft last year a little bit. But I think he could be something special in the NFL and maybe next season. So we'll see.
Yeah, the nickname Baby Gronk gets thrown around pretty much to any big white tight end. But Pat Freiermuth really does deserve that nickname. The guy he can do it all from a tight end position for me. He's, as good as Kyle Pitts has been this season, he's essentially a wide receiver in a bigger body. But Pat Freiermuth for me is the complete package at the tight end position. And if the Patriots for some reason manage to pull together some wins and end up not being in a position to draft a quarterback this year, they should just take Pat Freiermuth if he's available wherever they select, because that's one of the things one of many things that's been missing from that New England Patriots offense in the last couple of seasons, and I think he'd fit straight in there as a New England Patriots fan as well. He's a native of the area, so I think you're looking at that as perfect as a fit as you're going to get in the NFL draft.
Quite interesting in the Vandy game. Vandy are in the red zone and swapped out quarterback Kenny Seals for the backup QB Wright. I have just managed to do a 3 and out on that particular play. I have now decided to go for 4th and goal. I'm not sure this is going to pay off for Derek Mason, frankly. And in the other game, Indiana scored a field goal to go 17-0 up.
Nice. Some real points being scored in this early slate. Actually, there's been some real touchdowns. Middle Tennessee have scored. They've leveled things up against Marshall in that game, which is a little bit of a shock result. Many expecting Marshall to come in and win that game fairly comfortably. So for that to still be level with 10.5 minutes left in the second is quite something. It really is. 7-7 in that one.
Go on. Sorry.
No, all I was going to say was I was going to jump in. Some exciting news for golf fans. The sun is out at Augusta, and the reason that should be exciting news is that should start to firm up the greens. The course has been pretty wet the last couple of days, so the sunshine should make it more like the event that we normally see, where the greens run ridiculously fast.
Yeah, there's been some low scores this week. Certainly has. Anyway, Si, I'm sorry, we keep cutting in front of you.
Don't you worry about it. This game's over, like I said. No, Penn State have kicked a field goal. So, interestingly, they moved the ball a little bit better under Will Levis. He tends to be, like I said, a running game. It's a good job as well, because Devin Ford's really struggling to get going. He's had a couple of break plays. But apart from that, stuff at this line by Nebraska. And the Nebraska front seven, pretty tasty in this game. The guy who got injured was Deontay Thomas. He seems to be fine now. He walked off of his own volition. He was just out cold in the field for a second, so I was a bit nervous about it. But maybe a little sign of life for Penn State with quarterback change. Still, for me, in big trouble here. And I really think that Nebraska have come to life with their own quarterback change. Luke McCaffrey, just a difference maker. It's absolutely it's night and day from what we've seen the early part of the season with Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, in that opening game against Ohio State, Luke McCaffrey had some really big plays for this Nebraska offense before Ohio State took over and did Ohio State things in that one. So there's certainly some idea that he was going to be the guy moving forward, and obviously he comes from pretty good stock as it were.
Peyton, as I suggested, Peyton Thorne has come in at quarterback for Michigan State with 9 minutes left in the first half. And has now run for 30 yards on his first play. So he's certainly made a bit of a difference coming on.
Very nice.
Al, have we got some action at Army coming back into that Tulane game? Is that right?
Yeah. So Army now it's they've come back from 14-0 down. It's 14-12 now to Tulane. So Army are rolling in that game, and once they start rolling, now it's close. This is a game that's really up for it for
how
Army.
many times have they thrown the football? That's the question, isn't it?
Or well, let's have a check to see if Army have thrown. they've thrown the football once, which everyone knows what that means. That means the lights are coming flashing in here. Army have thrown the football, everybody. Let's go.
This is what I've been waiting for all day. I don't even know. I wasn't bothered about Penn State, Nebraska. I was waiting for your lights to get a bit seedy.
So Vanderbilt going for it on 4th and down, and they've scored a touchdown. So it was worth the gamble. So Vandy back in. This has turned into be quite a good game. Good stuff.
How could you sell out the SEC that quick? I was going to call you before today. I was going to call you SEG, but I'm changing that now, mate. You bottled it, and you tried to get over to my Big Ten quick time. No chance. Speaking of which, guys, by the way, at 10 o'clock kickoff tonight, Purdue Northwestern on the other side of the Big Ten, which tends to get forgotten a little bit. That's a big time game. Northwestern 3-0, ranked now, I think 23rd or 24th, and Purdue looking pretty tasty as well at 2-0. So that's a big time game, especially if Wisconsin can't seem to get off the ground. Some significant repercussions from whoever wins that one.
Does anyone know if Rondale Moore's playing tonight? Because then, if he is, it's well worth tuning in just to watch him. For Purdue.
Not sure Northwestern are getting the credit they deserve, to be honest, Simon. There's still a lot of people very critical of that programme. I don't know whether that's a Pat Fitzgerald thing or not, but just listening to some of the commentators today, still not giving them much credit, and they're as you say, 3-0.
I've never really understood the Pat Fitzgerald dislike, really. I think, since he's been there, slowly but steadily, improved that program. But yeah, this season he still doesn't seem to get much love, even at 3-0. Like ranked football team in a shortened season. Can't argue with that if you're Northwestern. It's a free season for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. And I think some people thinking there might be a Purdue shock here, although they're 2-0 as well, right? But if they go in Northwestern go 4-0, then they're having a proper season. There's no mucking about.
Yeah.
So a graphic has just appeared on the screen here in the North Carolina Wake Forest game, where it's FBS games with 3+ touchdown passes, and since the beginning of the 2019 season, so since the beginning of last season, there's 3 quarterbacks tied for the lead. Sam Howell is one, Trevor Lawrence is the other, but the third is Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has played half of this season for the Cincinnati Bengals. And he has as many games with 3 touchdown passes as Trevor Lawrence and Sam Howell, giving both of those last 2 quarterbacks an extra half a season to get there. So if you were on the fence about just how good a season Joe Burrow had down at LSU last year, that should explain it all to you. He was phenomenal, and that was a phenomenal season.
One of the interesting comparisons there, AC, is a lot of people talking up Kyle Trask and whether, I think everybody's looking to find out who this year's Joe Burrow is, and there's been a lot of chat about Kyle Trask, and I'm not quick to jump on that train at all. But Kyle Trask has just set a new SEC record. He's thrown for 4 touchdowns or more in games he's played so far, right? And that's a new SEC record. So he's having a season, and in a season where it's all SEC conference games. So watch out for Kyle Trask and where he ends up at the end of this season.
I know, but in 2020, the defense of the SEC is about Big 12 level. So
as much as Simon's going to big me up by the SEC, don't start trashing SEC defences at this moment in time.
No, I wouldn't dream of it. George. And speaking of Kyle Trask, is Titans Kyle Pitts. Obviously, we've got just in the first Levi Falk sighting of this game, which is a big wide receiver, stroke tight end kind of version for the Cornhuskers. Just took a nice little sweep for a few yards. But we've got some movement here. It's we've got now, 4 minutes left of the second half. If Nebraska put another score on here and they're moving the ball down the field, they're in the Penn State's 40-yard line now. This one, you can you can stick a fork in Penn State, really. But I'm just watching another play there. Sorry. Excellent performance so far from Nebraska. I think you're going to go to halftime. Scott Frost will be extremely happy with it done, and I don't think we'll see Adrian Martinez for the rest of the season if this holds up.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian Martinez was someone that I missed on massively at the beginning of last year and the beginning of this year. I loved him in that freshman year. He had such a good freshman season, and we talked him up a lot on the college chaps, and he just hasn't produced. And as much as I've sort of loved him, and I've loved the way he has performed over the past few seasons, it just the last two have not been very good, and it's been since Scott Frost got there. So it's certainly been something to mention. What we're going to do is we're just going to take a very quick break there again, refill some waters, and get up and stretch our legs. So we will be right back in about a minute's time for the rest of these games. Welcome back to College Football Live. We just needed that little break to sort a few things out. I needed to refill my water because I can feel my voice going already. It's not very often. As much as the guys like to make out that I can talk for 4 hours about Texas, I'm not overly used to talking for 4 hours straight at a time. Luckily, not a huge amount seemed to happen across the games that we saw. Miami kicked a field goal, so with 4 seconds left in the first half there, the Hurricanes are a point behind against Virginia Tech. In that game, it's 14-13 that the Hokies lead. Other than that, we have Wake Forest in the red zone against North Carolina, already up by 4 points. In that one, and across the guys' games,
I think Indiana got a score. I'm going to get sacked because I missed it trying to grab my drink, but I just saw the tail end of the run in for a touchdown. So sorry, this is my first and last appearance on the College Football Live. Indiana have just scored.
I mean, we spoke about Cy possibly being now Chris Kamara stand-in. That was very Chris Kamara-esque from Mr. Somerville. Apparently, Indiana scored. Did they?
Proud of you, mate. Absolutely proud of you.
At least I was getting a drink, right? So a good excuse.
Yeah. We've got a little bit going on here. I think Antonio Shelton, the captain of Penn State's defense, has been knocked out of the game. I think at the moment we'll see if he gets back in there. But literally, just at the end of the last viewing, we saw Nebraska to take a while to march down the field, had to punt in the end, but just went to a bathroom break. By the time I come back, Penn State went 3 and out. So Nebraska back with the football again. This is really one-way traffic down this end.
Yeah, captain of Penn State's defense is a title this year that's up there with chocolate teapot maker in terms of its usefulness. Rutgers kicked a field goal. They are up 10-0 now against Illinois in that one. Okay, so moving on now. One of the other things we want to talk about, I want to talk to you, Mr. Hodgkinson, because you've been lucky enough to get involved. Okay, Ollie looks like he is having to jump out a second, so we will pivot and I will talk to Mr. Simon Carroll. Si, you are very much into your NFL draft, into your scouting. We've seen every year you put together a huge number of scouting reports for the touchdown. Is there anyone this season that's really sort of jumped out to you as a big name for the NFL draft and as someone who is going to be shooting up your rankings, as it were? Can't hear you, Si. I think you are muted.
Done it again. Every time I eat some cheese balls, I have to keep on muting it. Sorry, I was going to say that I don't tend to watch a lot of college football in terms of scouting certain players until the end of the season. But so noticed a few names. Obviously, we've got some big names like we've mentioned Zach Wilson now. He's rocketing up people's draft boards at the moment. Patrick Surtain, who was expected to be a big-time player, he's really, really balled out this season. I think George would agree with me there. Quite like the look of Marvin Wilson at Florida State, despite their crappy season. And one of the guys who I thought might have an impact this game, but it doesn't seem so, based on the scoreline, would be the edge rusher from Wake Forest, Carlos Basham. I think he's had a real good start to the season, quite dynamic, and I think he's one of my more favourite guys. When you see him coming on the outside, I know people who know about him at the very least. One of the benefits of being in a Power 5 conference for Wake Forest. But I was expecting to make a bit of a splash today, despite the high-scoring affair that you're relaying to as well.
Yeah, Walker the third, Kenneth Walker the third has just gone in for his second touchdown of the day. Wake Forest are now leading North Carolina 35-24 in that one. That is well on the way towards an upset in Chapel Hill. So that would be something if they were to win that one. Ollie is back now. Been involved this week in some press conferences at both Liberty and at Eastern Carolina. What's that experience like, getting to talk to some of these coaches, especially Hugh Freeze, on a one-to-one level?
I think my biggest takeaway from the time that I've spent with particularly the Liberty program is, and I wrote an article about it that went out today, is just how settled and at peace and happy Hugh Freeze is at the Liberty program. And it's difficult when you're when you're not there in person at a program, but these are all Zoom calls, as everything is now. But you just get the sense that there is something special. There's no other way of putting it than that. There's something special going on around the Liberty football program, and Hugh Freeze is a very big part of that. And the players, the program, the university, they're all bought into this journey. He said this week in his press conference that when he arrived at Liberty, he wanted to make the program one of the best Power 5 programs. We're an FBS independent, so we want to be, in 5 years' time, we want to be the one of the best FBS programs. And it's certainly, this is his second year. They had a winning season last year. They won their first ever bowl game last year, and they're unbeaten. They're sitting here ranked for the first time in program history, and it's certainly something that's very special going on there. And that's the experience of the press conference. And I did the post-game presser with Liberty last week, and I think one of the best things, the coolest things out of that entire experience was the surprise on running back Josh Mack's face when I was introduced as Oliver from the UK. And it's we've had it with guests before on the podcast where we're at the half, by the way, and the game is 28-7. We've had it before with guests on the podcast where they just are blown away by this college football presence in the UK that we're lucky to be such a big part of. But yeah, it's been a pretty cool couple of weeks. Been around a program that are doing so well at the moment, and doing well in this game. Defensive end Darrell, just while you guys were talking, defensive end Darrell Johnson had an interception. Liberty couldn't do anything with it. Ironically, after last week's heroics, missed a 45-yard field goal to make it 31-7. So we're 28-7, and it's looking pretty good for Liberty so far.
Nice, yeah. Some other halftime scores for you. Virginia Tech lead against number 9 Miami there in Blacksburg. They lead 14-13 in that one. Over in Morgantown, West Virginia lead the Big 12 clash between them and TCU by 14 points to 3 at halftime. Kentucky lead by 24 points to 14 in the All-SEC clash against Vanderbilt. And Army have come back from 14 points to nothing down to close the gap to just 2 points as Tulane lead against them 14 points to 12 in the Big Easy down there in New Orleans. And as Ollie said, Liberty lead in Western Carolina 28 points to 7 at the half. And it looks like, Si, has your game gone to the half yet?
Very close, 16 seconds. We've got a 3rd and 2 here. Let's see what we get. They've given the football now, start putting their hands a little bit more of their 4th choice running back of Nebraska, which is the Marvin Scott III. I don't think he made it there, but it's the 4th down, likely going to kick a... Have they got time left? They do. So 3 seconds left. They're going to kick probably the field goal to end the half. They'll take it in at 27-6 if they nail it. Interesting. Luke McCaffrey, obviously done well on the ground and through the air so far, but composing the face of pressure. Fred Hensard, the big linebacker for Penn State, came steaming through and took him out as he was delivering a lovely little screen dump off pass to Scott. And whilst it's not quite the polished product, and you wonder how it would fare against like a truly good defense, a good team. Nebraska have found something a little bit today. I think they'll be pleased, certainly based on past seasons and certainly the past start of this season. Just how well they're doing here. I think 27-6 at the half. It's completely indicative of how the way this game's been.
Yeah, I think this has been a crazy sort of schedule for Nebraska, and just as we say that, 24 seconds left of the half in Chapel Hill. Sam Howell uncorks a huge deep pass, but Taylor, the cornerback from Wake Forest, comes up with the ball. It was a contested catch situation. It looked like the receiver Newsom had made a phenomenal contested catch at the one, but in the end it's Taylor who comes away with the ball, and Wake Forest pick off Sam Howell. They've now got to run the play from their 1 yard line, and Hartman QB sneaks forward for a couple of yards, and that should take them to the half. Or no, North Carolina is going to use one of their 2 remaining timeouts to try and slow the clock down here.
So we've still got a game on East Lansing. I have to say that Michigan State look a different team with Peyton Thorne at quarterback. He is a dual threat quarterback who I confess didn't know much about, but his sophomore seems to have built up a really good relationship with Jalen Reed, the wide receiver. They went for it on. They were marching up the pitch, and they went for it on 4th and 3. It didn't pay off because that big 98, number 98 for Indiana, the big lad I was talking about, Johnson, just completely annihilated Thorne. But they do look a different side with Thorne at quarterback. Still a couple of minutes to go, but Indiana have got the ball back.
Nice. It's been an interesting one as Sam Hartman just sneaks forward again here. It looks like they're going to take Wake Forest. They're going to be able to just about take this one to the half here, leading by 11 as UNC uses its third and final timeout of the half. The UNC fans booing the fact that Wake Forest are just trying to run the clock down. I don't quite know why. It would be the thing that any other program would do in that situation. Almost 90 offensive plays run in the first half of this game between Wake Forest and North Carolina. It's been quite something. Wake Forest leading by 35 points to 24, and I expect that to be the score as we go into the half. Almost 400 yards of offense each in the first half of this game. It has been a shootout of epic proportions.
Definitely chose the wrong game. Yeah, I've got some comments over Twitter so far. Very positive for our first trial run of this. First person says that if you're talking about your old team, great names, Mason McHorse, the tight end from Texas Tech, needs to be in there straight away. And also, someone said that Rocky Lombardi should be a lot better at football than he is with a name like that. A lot better. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're bringing together two sporting icons in a single name. Vince Lombardi and Rocky. This dude should be. I kind of half expect him to be starring in a US TV show about a high school football team, rather than being a real person. If we're being totally honest, but yeah, I agree with that one there. He should definitely be a better football player for his name. So Wake Forest, North Carolina has now gone to the half. We have 2 games left playing at this, or 3 games, sorry. Rutgers, Illinois is obviously an hour or so behind everyone else right now. Guys whose games are at the half, I know George is just about to go there. Some standout performance so far today then for you guys. Ollie, we'll go to you first.
I mean, for a game that's got over 460 yards of offense, a guy that's really popped for me today is Liberty defensive end Trayshawn Clark. Seems to be all over the field. He's got into the backfield and made a couple of key stops in the running game. He picked up a sack early on, and between him and Darrell Johnson, the guy who led the team in sacks coming into this game, they've been disruptive off both sides. As you'd expect against a team that are playing in their first game of the season so far. But Western Carolina last year were giving up massive amounts of yards on the ground. I think they were averaging about 250 yards. Allowed defensively on the ground, and so far, Malik Willis has got that rushing touchdown. Josh Mack with a rushing touchdown to open the score, but they've limited Liberty to 100 yards of rushing offense so far. For a team that's got one of the top rushing attacks in the nation, with Willis in there as a dual threat quarterback. But yeah, Trayshawn Clark and Darrell Johnson have been really impressive to me so far in this Liberty game.
Nice, that is fantastic. Si, who's impressed you in your game so far? Can't hear you, buddy.
Excuse me.
Si versus the mute button is the most competitive game of this window, I think.
Well, we're certainly more competitive than this game I'm watching. I never ever mute my microphone. But obviously, because I'm stuffing my face full of crisp while I'm watching this, I'm trying to keep it a bit more professional. I was going to say that, if I'm going to choose these car crash games every week, this section of the of the show is going to be my worst part, trying to find a player who's doing well. But I think it has to have to go to the Nebraska's quarterback, Luke McCaffrey, by far and away the biggest productive player on the field so far. He's got 10 out of 15. He's got 132 yards, 67% completion rating, and standing out. I mean, just comparing to the more celebrated quarterback, shall we say, in Sean Clifford, who's thrown for 37 yards and been benched. So there's that. Aside from that, no real big playmakers. But Pat Freeman, like as mentioned before, is by far and away the best player on this field by a country mile.
Nice. That is fun to hear. Still only one pass from Army in their game today, so still no reason to use the lights again just yet. Mr. Somerville, your game's still going on, is it?
Has it just gone to the half?
Just gone to the half.
I mean, I think virtually the game is over at half time. It's Indiana 24 zip up on State. I mean, we've talked a lot about the deficiency of Michigan State. It tells you all you need to know that Peyton Thorne is the lead rusher in the Michigan State team, and he's only been on the pitch for 9 minutes. The guy who sticks out most is Ty Freifogel, who's had 9 receptions for 178 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's definitely been the guy who has stood out. I think Michael Penix has had yet another good game in the second quarter. He came alive. The first quarter, as I said, was a bit slow. There was a lot of errors on both sides. It was back and forward. No one really wanted to take command of the game. But as soon as Indiana got specifically the second touchdown, they never looked back, and they are well in command of this game.
Nice. So, George, you write a column for The Touchdown. It's the place to go to get stay up to date with all the happenings in the SEC, all the SEC news from the week before Saturday games are played. You can read Saturday in Athens, which is George's fantastic SEC column. What was in that today? What was going on? What's been going on in the SEC this week?
Well, what hasn't been going on in the SEC this week, Alex? I mean, it's dominated by COVID-19, as we talked about at the top of this show. 4 games postponed, and frankly, throughout this period, the SEC's done quite well to navigate through so far. They have had postponements. That's certainly the case. Vanderbilt had a postponement early on, and then it started to get through the conference this week. The virus has just cascaded through the conference, and all of the big games are off. I thought it was quite interesting, a tale of 2 press conferences this week. Nick Saban has talked a lot about the precautions that he has taken with the team. Went into some detail as to the level of detail that their plan involves. Last weekend, with Alabama having a bye game, he said, he was quite honest about it, he found it very difficult not to allow the players to go home. But they went home with very clear instructions, and the level of detail went down to that the guys all had a sterilisation pack that were sent home. Each of the coaching positions held Zoom calls with the families, and the families were asked to put a bubble in place. The level of detail was well, I guess, probably what you'd expect of Alabama, but pretty scary. The other press conference was Ed Orgeron at LSU, and obviously there's been a lot of chat this week about so to put it into perspective, on return from the bye week, Alabama had 1 positive test, which would have allowed Alabama to play today. Down in Baton Rouge, that was not the case, and there's been a lot of chit chat about the fact that there was a Halloween party which a lot of the players attended, and really had resulted in the high level of positive tests. And it became apparent during that press conference that LSU had not gone to the same lengths that Alabama had. Now, a lot of criticism for LSU. They are a big program. They are the defending national champions. They're a very professional program, so I don't think it's my place to say that they've done anything unprofessional. But certainly that game is off, and we've seen that across the conference. And I guess the other piece of news on the back of that, Greg Sankey's been in the news yesterday and today. The conference has now agreed that a proper match day game can be played on 19th of December. that is the day of the SEC Championship game. They had already put in an extra week, which is December 12th, which is going to be a no football week. So effectively, the SEC's put in an extra 2 games, 2 weeks to play football because some of the fixtures are starting to back up. And in the chats the other night, we talked about the Mizzou. Now, frankly, if they have a postponement beyond next week, have no space in the diary to play any more games. So it becomes quite a difficult challenge for SEC.
Yeah, it's certainly been a strong week and a difficult week for some in the SEC. There have been some fingers pointed, and you just seemed every single time I seemed to log on Twitter the last couple of days, SEC game after SEC game was falling by the wayside. Just a quick update for you. Grant Wells and the Marshall Thundering Herd have thrown 2 touchdowns since I last looked, so I apologise for that. He's thrown a pass to Hayden Hagler and then to Corey Gamage in that game. Marshall now lead 21-7 against Middle Tennessee in a scoreline that we'd rather sort of makes a little bit more sense for anyone who was what people were expecting. And that game is about 30 seconds from going to the half, so I think it's just one play for Middle Tennessee, and then that one will go to the half as well.
George, just to jump in a little bit there about the SEC situation. When you have a team like a game, let's say like Alabama and LSU, where pretty much the problems arise from one team and they have to postpone it, do you foresee any situation where with the opposite team, say like Alabama in this case, or maybe more of a team who requires a game to prove themselves, run up into the college football playoff rankings that's coming in a couple of weeks, would they be willing to take on a team like BYU should the schedule accept it? Is that something that the SEC are willing to do? I know they've obviously only scheduled SEC games so far, but in order to, I mean, it doesn't really apply to Alabama because obviously they're sitting pretty at number 1 already. They've got nothing to prove. But say like a team who does, like Florida maybe, for instance, or even Georgia if the chips fall their way, would that be something that they could possibly do to kind of like help them aid the record?
That's a good question, Si. The SEC's been quite clear from the outset that they won't go down that route, but there was definitely a change in tone this week. And simply, I think that's because they now realise they're running out of time. The SEC did put in a couple of break weeks. So Alabama had somewhat just the way sod's law, I guess. Alabama had a break week last week, and now can't play LSU this week. So they're trying to now put this jigsaw puzzle together and get teams to play games. My gut feel here is that it's more about the back end date of when they will actually play that SEC championship game. And I don't know if you've picked up today, we talked about it on game day, but it's also I saw in the press today, too late to get into Saturday in Athens. And again, shows you the power of the SEC talking about perhaps the moving of the national championship game. And I guess while as much as I say it's the power of the SEC, frankly, we've seen postponements in Big Ten. We have no idea what's going to happen in Pac-12, frankly. The danger here is that if it starts to get pushed out and teams can't play and can't fulfill their schedule, then the question mark is, well, do you push out your season to accommodate that? And quite rightly, a lot of people are saying, well, hang on a second, there has to be a defined backstop date when that, we can't still be playing football in June, right? So that will be the question mark for me. I think the first preference would be to get this conference games played within a reasonable timescale and then see where the chips fall.
Yeah, certainly is an interesting one. A touchdown to tell you about. Illinois have pulled back a touchdown in their game against Rutgers, so that Big Ten basement battle is now 10-7 to Rutgers. We're starting to see some of the games come out of the half now. The games we are watching are not those so far, so I will keep you up to date with any scores that go in very quickly after half time. But make sure if you've not taken your break yet, you get up, you have a little walk around while half time's on. We'll still be here when you get back. Don't worry. And we're looking forward to the second halves of some of these games. There's some potentially close ones on the horizon. I know Miami, Virginia Tech is live. I think it's on BT Sport 3, and it is definitely on ESPN Player, and that one looks to be a very close game. Wake Forest and North Carolina, the game that I've got in front of me. I know it's an 11-point gap now, but the rate that these two teams are scoring, that gap could be closed very, very quickly. That's on ACC Network, so it's on ESPN Player as well. On ESPN2 is the Tulane versus Army game. That's only a 2-point game right now, so that one is also available, as I say, on ESPN Player here in the UK. In terms of other games not on the streaming services, West Virginia TCU is back out in the second half. That's still 14-3 in favour of the Mountaineers there in Morgantown. Jarrett Deggy has played pretty well so far. So Miami goes 3-and-out with their first possession in that game. They will punt the ball away by the looks of things, as does Vanderbilt, who look like they will also punt the ball away to start the second half. And
they have done that, Alex. And I was just going to say something there that I think I've not spent a lot of this season watching Vandy, to be perfectly honest. And what has struck me is how hard the Vanderbilt players are trying for Derek Mason. I think it's so easy to say, Mason's not going to make it to the end of the season. But actually what has struck me in this game is just how much effort these players are putting in. Now, I compare that to Michigan State, for example. The Vanderbilt players are definitely putting in effort. I mean, it shows you that it's a relatively close game. It's 24-14, and a score for Vandy will get them right back into it. But I think it's very easy to say, "Oh, Derek Mason's on the hot seat, and he'll go." I don't know if he will, actually, because I think he's trying very hard to build something, and Vanderbilt's not an easy program to get funding for. Frankly, in the SEC, that's a difficult place to be.
Yeah, I don't quite know how the finances work in the SEC, but is this a Vanderbilt team that may drop out of the conference at the next sort of realignment period? Because they're perpetually sort of ineffective in the SEC. Yeah, but I would imagine the money in the SEC is pretty good for that school.
Yeah, despite what I say, I mean, so Vanderbilt's private university, obviously, right? But despite what I say, it's all about results, they've not had results. Now, I just looked up their Mason's record at Vanderbilt, and it's 27-47 overall going into this season, right? So, but they are very much the kind of the whipping boys of the SEC. But as I say, it just struck me that the team is really putting up the effort for them. Whether they with a lot of question marks in the SEC about the realignment. I'm not sure the Mizzou realignment has particularly worked, to be honest. A lot of SEC fans not particularly happy about that. But then I just don't know. I can't gauge when the next realignment might be, if there is one.
George, sorry, just to jump. The Vandy one is an interesting one. A lot of it's to do with the academic requirements. So there's a much higher like bar to pass to even get into Vanderbilt University. So I mean, obviously that's working against them as well. Also, I think they've got SEC fans, but they've got to look on the flip side as well. They've also just got an entry route to the Texas market, and Texas A&M seem to have fit in quite well in the SEC. It's a balancing act, isn't it? About I think they don't want more than one team per state, but then you've obviously got two in Tennessee, you've got two in Mississippi, and two in Alabama. So I mean, like you say, I think you've got to be careful what you wish for as an SEC fan. They're still a dominant conference in college football, and they're still comfortably raking in enough money to maintain it as that status.
Yeah, and the entrance requirements are a good point, Si, because that's something that's always levelled at the SEC, right? So I think you can make a really good comparison between Vanderbilt and, say, like a Stanford, where the university itself is held in the highest esteem educationally. And they have been in the conference for a long time, so them dropping out of the conference would be something of a shock, right? And would start to drive the conference more towards a results-orientated conference, which it clearly is, but that's a result of the geographic location of the conference rather than the teams that are in it.
Yeah, I agree with you in that one there. Leddy Brown up over 100 yards today for West Virginia. I know you're a big fan of him, Ollie, aren't you? And his part of that West Virginia run game. We saw him shut down a little bit last week, but things seem to have he seems to have got back on the horse this week. Say up over 100 yards for West Virginia today.
Yeah, sounds like it. It breaks my heart every time I see Leddy Brown have a good game, because that means Jarrett Dozier's had an absolutely nightmare of a game, and I'm about to lose a fantasy football matchup. Fantasy football talk on this will actually be derided and frowned upon by Simon Carroll, who is a big anti-fantasy football man. So the less we said about that, the better. We're back underway at Liberty. WCU kickoff. Shedro Louise brings it back from the goal line to the 50. Good starting position for Malik Willis and the Liberty offense. A couple of interesting nuggets. Liberty under Hugh Freeze are 13-0 when leading at the half. They're also 6-0 when wearing the blue unis they're wearing today. So don't look good for WCU in any shape, form or fashion. But let's see how this first drive for Liberty plays out.
This is what you get for having the media pack, isn't it? This is the kind of stats you get privy to. Yeah, 6-0, 6-0 in the blue uniform. I mean, who doesn't need to know that?
This game should be out of sight within the first few minutes of. It's out of sight now. Malik Willis is just charging into the end zone. That's 3rd and 4 rushing play, quarterback run straight up the middle. That's 35 if the kick goes through to 7. So you can expect some more knowledge bombs throughout the rest of this half as we make up for a lack of any meaningful action.
Yeah. So now the 3 games that we seem to have picked are the 3, that you guys seem to have picked are the 3 biggest blowouts across the weekend here. Has there been a touchdown in the Vandy game?
The has just run it into the end zone for a touchdown, which kind of takes them away again. It's one of these games where whenever Vandy seem to get back into it, Kentucky just go up the other end and stretch the lead a little or regain the lead. So Vandy well on top.
Hey, I've got complete faith that Penn State are going to get back into this one, Al. Yeah, I really do. Just a quick question for Ollie. We talked. Well, you certainly talked to Hugh Freeze about Malik's ball security this week. How's he look this game?
Yeah, very good, very good. There was a borderline targeting call in the second quarter where Malik tried to escape the pocket, and as he goes down the WCU defense, he's leading with his shoulder. It's not head-to-head contact. It's not targeting, but the helmet of Malik Willis absolutely not clean off. And if you think, well, if a guy's going to put a ball on the ground, that's going to be the time he's going to do it. But he's held on to the ball. He's not, despite having 2 rushing touchdowns, he's not actually made as many running plays as he did against Virginia Tech. And that was the problem with the ball security last week, was every time he seemed to set off with the ball in his hand, it seemed to come out. But no, ball security has been good, and with that rushing touchdown, he's over 1,000 yards rushing for his career. The former Auburn quarterback who's igniting his career with the Flames.
Yeah, he's certainly having a good one. Jalen Holston has rushed for another touchdown for Virginia Tech here against Miami. They are now out to a 7-point lead pending the extra point. Well, hang on, this ruling on the field looks like it's about to be reviewed. He might have been down, so I will come back and let you know. I thought the official had already dismissed the review, but it looks like they're going back to video on this one, which is a key, which would be a key play in this game because it gives Virginia Tech the chance to go up 8 points on Miami here early in the third quarter after if they can kick the extra point. It looks like his elbow might have been down before the ball crossed the plane, but I'm not sure we're going to have the video evidence to overturn the call of touchdown on the field.
It was Chris Rodriguez Jr. who scored for Kentucky, which is much harder find than I anticipated because Kentucky are rotating the number 22 jersey in tribute to Chris Oates this season. So you have to look up and see who's playing number 22 this week because it's someone different each week. But yeah, it was straight up the middle. So Kentucky 31-14 over Vandy.
Very, very nice. I think this touchdown is going to stand. It's a weird one. It's a really good play from Holston because he gets through an almost an incredibly small gap and then reaches the ball out over the line to score. But it looks like he put his hand down to severed him. We've got the ruling coming through now. The play stands, touchdown stands, and Virginia Tech will have a chance to kick an extra point and go up 8 points on number 9 Miami in what would be a big win in the ACC race, because with Clemson now on 1 loss, but holding a tiebreaker over Miami. Miami really needs to be perfect for the rest of the way if they're going to have any chance of getting into the ACC championship game, and it looks like they are now 8 points behind against a Virginia Tech team who really need a win after that loss last weekend.
We've just had the first sign of DiCaprio Bootle, who we talked about a little bit pre-game, me and Ollie. Interesting, Penn State came out of half, had the ball, best drive really in terms of moving the football down the field. We saw them throw the ball to Keandre Lambert-Smith, who's basically their new Jalen Reagor. But then he got stuffed and he had a 50-yard field goal attempt, which they didn't make, and it landed in the end zone. They got brought back out by the touchdown. The guy who intercepts the ball for the touchdown early in the first half for Nebraska, which was Taylor Britt. Then he fumbled it, and DiCaprio Bootle landed on it, and Nebraska got the ball again, and they're already well within Penn State's half of the field. I don't think this is going any different direction than we hoped.
Oh, Tulane have scored against Army. They get the first touchdown of the second half in that game to take a 9-point lead. It looks like Michael Pratt threw the pass to Jaquan Jackson for a 21-yard touchdown. So they lead Army 21-12 in that game in New Orleans. Bit of a weird one. So I researched a lot about Tulane over the last year. When I went to New Orleans, I was lucky enough to get tickets to go to the Sugar Bowl last year between Georgia and Baylor, and obviously Tulane being the university in New Orleans, they have a huge history with the Sugar Bowl, which started off as a Tulane Invitational game, and it's definitely one of the best bowl games to watch in the Superdome, usually packed with fans and bringing up a really, really good atmosphere. Obviously, as a Texas fan, I've got we have some very fond recent memories of the Sugar Bowl, and it was nice last year to go to the site and see a Baylor team who I'd become fairly enamoured with over the course of the year, and obviously Matt Rule now doing great things with the Carolina Panthers in the NFL, considering where everyone thought they would be at the beginning of the season. Tulane lead by 9 against Army in this one. So Indiana and Michigan State looks to have just restarted after the half. Wake Forest have driven down the field on North Carolina and kicked a field goal to go up 14 points. So they now lead that one 38-24. And we're going to need a little bit of a Sam Howell miracle to get us back, or to get North Carolina back in that one. And now we have one score game at the minute, and that is Rutgers, Illinois, and also Virginia Tech, Miami is still a 1-score game technically. That is an 8-pointer there. Let's move on. I want to talk a little bit about the Senior Bowl, because that's something that we love every single year. We love to talk about that from a college chaps point of view and an NFL draft point of view. So big names, especially at the quarterback position, already had their invites sent out. I'm not sure whether they're both accepted. I know that Jamie Newman has accepted his invite to the Senior Bowl. I know Sam Ehlinger of Texas has been invited to the Senior Bowl. It's unlikely we will hear his acceptance of the invitation until after the end of Texas's season, because technically, given the extra year of eligibility, Ehlinger could return to Texas next year if he wanted to. I don't expect to see it. There's a couple of young quarterbacks in there at Texas, and I imagine the program will kind of say to him, look, now's the time to move on at the end of this season. But two big names there, Ollie. I'm excited for the Senior Bowl. I know you love it every single year. You watch all the coverage, don't you?
Well, the Senior Bowl week is it's just phenomenal, and the week itself is more important than the game. Everyone knows that by now. You know, the week of practices where the NFL teams get up close and personal with these NFL draft prospects, how they go one-on-one in drills is far more important than the game itself. And much to Shea Patterson's disappointment last year, but we'll leave Shea Patterson talk along with the Brian Lewicky talk. Quarterback wise, I'm going to let you guys talk about fullback Sam Ellinger, but I'll talk a little bit about Jamie Newman, because I think this is a huge opportunity for Jamie Newman. He was a guy who I really enjoyed watching play last year for Wake Forest, and Wake Forest had a fantastic start to last season. They were 5-0 at one point, and Newman looked like he could do no wrong with the ball in his hands or the ball on the ground. And my expectation of how good Georgia were going to be this year was very much based upon the fact that Jamie Newman had transferred there and he was going to be their starting quarterback. My expectation was Georgia were going to be a college football national championship winning side, the ability to win, let's put it that way. And Jamie Newman would use that opportunity to enhance his draft stock. There was flutterings of him being a first-round NFL draft prospect. Not from me personally. I think there was so much more that you needed to see. But if you read anything in the media, whether that's websites, whether that's Twitter, the talk about Jamie Newman was him as a first-round NFL draft prospect. And bear with me, that is a humongous touchdown for Liberty. That's going to be 42-7. Malik Willis just found Kevin Shaw wide open. Outruns the cornerback, and that's going to be 42-7. Anyway, back to Jamie Newman. There was talk of him being a first-round NFL draft prospect, and then what's gone on with Jamie Newman and Georgia at the quarterback position has just been weird. There's no other way of putting it. So the Senior Bowl represents such a fantastic opportunity for Jamie Newman to work one-on-one with his NFL staff, to go up against some of the best cornerback talent available. I'm sure as we go through this afternoon, we'll talk about the cornerback talent available at this year's Senior Bowl. There's some real star quality there. But I think Jamie Newman has got, it is a name that you needed to see at the Senior Bowl. His invite's accepted. My understanding from the Senior Bowl website themselves is that Sam Ellinger has accepted his invite already. Whether that changes further on down the line and he does come back like AC alluded to. But those two are two names that really, if you were wanting quarterbacks to go into the Mobile at the end of January and prove themselves, they're the two guys that you want to see on that Senior Bowl invitation list. So I'll let you guys talk about Sam Ellinger in a little bit more detail.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Jamie Newman's been invited as a fullback and not a wide receiver. But Sam Ellinger, his leadership quality is going to shine through, and it's going to really impress the coaches down there at the Senior Bowl, because we know what a great leader he is. But he has that week to prove that the struggles on offense that Texas has had have been all about play calling and scheme, and not about his ability as a quarterback. And I feel like if he can go and have a good Senior Bowl, then maybe he can get himself to the point where he's got a draftable grade with people. Because at the minute, for me, I'm not going to put a draftable grade on Sam Ellinger from what I've seen so far. Fantastic leader, but just I haven't seen the level of play that I would need to see to put more than a 6th or 7th round grade on him at most.
The thing about, Sam Ellinger, obviously a fantastic college quarterback, and you can understand people with a mild interest in the game can't quite understand why you don't always translate to the NFL. It's a different ball game, and it just is. As much as we see the evolution of football in the NFL, and we see like the Paddy Mahomes, Lamar Jacksons, and even this season with some of the Russian quarterbacks, we had a great game with Kyler Murray and Tua the other day, just taking off at any moment. It doesn't mean that it necessarily translate from one against the other. And I was going to say the same as you guys, really, regarding the COVID. It's like they've all got a free year available here. So not necessarily being invited to the Senior Bowl, because obviously Jim Nagy now has a quite significant task on his hands to understand who he's going to actually have available for this game. But who actually accepts it and who actually keeps options open, because, every player out there, it's less about the team so much now. It's less about, playing for your hometown college football team. It's about putting yourself in a position to succeed in the NFL. And we've seen people like Derek King almost take a fake injury season off at Houston because Dana Holgerson thought he was going to have him for the whole of this year, based on, last year was a lost year. And all of a sudden he transfers out to Miami because he's trying to prove himself or something. And, it wouldn't surprise me if Sam Alliga came back. But at the same time, it is a tough one. They do feel confident, Texas, and the depth chart at quarterback at the very least. Hang on, Penn State on the board. It looks like cheeky little touchdown run from Kayvon Lee. Eventually got something going on the ground here. Game on, boys. I tell you, it wasn't over. Yeah, Senior Bowl is going to be interesting this season because they have a difficult decision to make a lot of the time anyway, trying to work out who. Because obviously they invite most of the seniors, but also any kind of redshirt juniors eventually might get an offer too. But it's certainly up in the air this season about who's going to be invited. Well, not necessarily who's going to be invited, but who's going to actually attend.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be an interesting setup. TCU have kicked a field goal. They are now down 9 points. West Virginia lead there in Morgantown 17 points to 6. Bit of a strange season for TCU. Gary Patterson coming under a little bit of pressure down there in Fort Worth. Star running back recruit Zach Evans has really not seen the field or done a lot for TCU, whereas his counterpart at Texas, Bijan Robinson, went over 100 yards last week against West Virginia. Looks to be an absolute superstar as long as the guys in the Texas offensive coordinators and play callers will feed him. If they do that, then I'm sure that we will see multiple more big games from Bijan Robinson. Whereas Zach Evans has hardly seen the field this year for TCU. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more Zach Evans as the season rolls on, because those are two very exciting young prospects, and I'd like to see a little bit more out of Zach Evans, and really a little bit more out of TCU, who really should now punt on this season and get some younger guys some playing time.
Derek Mason's been rotating the quarterbacks in this game, and Mike Wright has just gone in for a touchdown, but it looks as if it's going to get called back. So it looks as if his forearm was down right on the line before the ball crossed. But certainly in a game which is just being back and forwards, that would pull Vandy back to within a couple of scores to the game. So we'll wait the outcome of the review, but I think this will get called back.
Interesting. That would be a great score if that got back to a 10-point game. That's a really good performance there from Vanderbilt so far. Obviously, we know that they would love to win this game, but they've been quite far behind a lot of the programs this year. So and in years past. So to be close here to a win against Kentucky would be excellent for this program. Number 25, Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns, have kicked off their game against South Alabama. That was, I believe, a 7 o'clock start there in the Bayou. So they're an interesting team to watch. And if you've got the chance, I believe that one is also on ESPN Player. So if you want to go and watch some Levi Lewis action there, he is certainly an interesting quarterback to watch for Louisiana. Obviously, they had that big win against Iowa State in week 0 or week 1 or whatever we're calling the weeks now in college football. Everyone started at different times, so it was tough to kind of say which weekend was which.
Ollie, it'd be interesting to get your opinion on Louisiana. They're ranked 25th now, flirting with the rankings for a while now. Interesting program they're building down there.
Yeah, and they're part of an interesting conference in the Sun Belt as well. They have been in the rankings pretty much from the early days. It depends whether you counted the Big Ten and the Pac-12 and the conferences that kicked off late, or even the SEC, with your rankings from the get-go. With mine, I added conferences in as they started, but Louisiana have kept themselves knocking around in there. Throughout, their only losses to an unbeaten Coastal Carolina team in that Sun Belt showdown that we had on a Wednesday night back in week 7, week 8. I think it was the start of week 8. It should have been a game that was part of week 7, but got cancelled due to the inclement weather, if you want to call a hurricane that. So that game is their only defeat. And Coastal, it looks like we talk about rankings and we talk about resumes and we talk about strength of the opponent and quality of losses and stuff like that. The only game Louisiana have lost is to a Coastal Carolina team who are unbeaten and who have been, again, like Liberty, like BYU, like Cincinnati, one of the stories of the season. There's lots going on down there. they're very interesting. I think they're very deserving. And Alex mentioned Levi Lewis, the quarterback there. He's an interesting character. You know, I know people who have got very differing opinions on Levi Lewis and what he brings to the game, but he's exciting to watch. And Louisiana have been phenomenal on special teams as well. You look at some of their scores, that Iowa State game, 100-yard, 99-yard, whatever, touchdown, kickoff returns and stuff like that. And that's what you've got to be. You've got to be good on all phases of the game. You've got to be good on offense, defense, and special teams. And pretty much that's what Louisiana have been.
Levi Lewis not playing today for Louisiana.
Take that whole back. Levi Lewis is absolutely shocking. Doesn't deserve to be a quarterback.
Luke Bogan playing instead, and they are in the red zone early on that first drive against South Alabama. So this is certainly an interesting game. I'd expect the Raging Cajuns to run out quite comfortable victors in that one there today.
Speaking of starting quarterbacks that are not in the game, Malik Willis, while we've been talking, looks like he's done for the day. Nick Ferguson, the senior backup, he's a heavy set lad. Let's put it that way. Out the corner of my, he's a big lad, George. You're right. Like they all are. He's in the game presumably for good. No more need to put Malik Willis under any additional strain. They've got NC State next week. They've got Coastal Carolina to finish the season. They're the big games that you're going to need Malik Willis for. He's not going to be required in a 42-7 WCU game.
Just a bit of a cheeky little momentum shift we've got going on in Lincoln here. Well, potential, very tentative, I'll call it, because even on the punt return, the ball bounced and had to scoop it up. But that running touchdown from Kayvon Lee earlier for Penn State, they're wide open in the middle field. So great upfront blocking from Penn State, and they've just managed to get Nebraska off the field relatively quickly, and they've got good field position. I think they're at halfway line. 2-score game. If Penn State score here, don't be surprised to see this game spun on its head, maybe.
Yeah, and coming back here now, Wake Forest are blowing out UNC in this game. It's now 44-24, another Sam Hartman passing touchdown that I believe is either his third or his fourth on the day, and they've kicked the extra point as well, so they now lead by 21 points. This is third passing touchdown on the day. Third passing touchdown on the day for Sam Hartman. Kenneth Walker III has 2 on the ground as well. So Sam Hartman almost doubling up his passing touchdowns total for the year today against this North Carolina defense. And another high-profile big loss for Mac Brown's team this year. They came into it, and they were someone that I talked up on the College Chaps podcast as a potential ACC championship team, Ollie, and they've not really lived up to expectations, have they?
No, and we talked about the Big 12 eating itself alive. What about the ACC? You know, UNC can't defend for toffee despite having one of the best linebackers in college football in Chaz Surratt. Their offense is phenomenal with so many pieces around Sam Howell. You know, you've mentioned Daz Newsome today. There's De'Ami Brown. There's the 2 running backs in Williams and Carter. That offense is amazing, but they can't defend for toffee. And then you look at Pitt. Pitt were a team I was very high on because of that defense. And yes, they're losing a couple of guys who opted not to play, like Jalen Twyman. And they started off really well, and then they faltered, and they come in at 4-4. Louisville, you know, they had such a good season last season under Scott Satterfield, and they've got amazing talent in Malik Cunningham and Javian Hawkins and Tutu Atwell. There's so much talent on that Louisville offense. It's just they're all eating each other alive. And we've mentioned Virginia Tech; they're going to beat Miami, having lost to Liberty last week. The Big 12, the Pac-12 scourge that is in the past been eating itself alive. It's spreading through the Power 5. The Big 12 is called Pac-12 disease, and the ACC is called the Pac-12 disease. And it's fantastically entertaining. But if you want to get a challenger into the college football playoff, like a UNC, it's no good for you at all. And UNC were. They were kicking around at the back end of my top 25 last week, and I think if I remember rightly, they're not actually in the AP top 25. I suspect when mine drops at whatever point it drops this week, when I pull my finger out, UNC they lose to Wake Forest today, and I think there's a different ACC team that's inhabiting that college football top 25.
We talk about players so we talk about teams that have impressed us this year. UNC have not impressed me one bit at all. They came into this with a very high reputation on the back of what happened last. I suspect even maybe overhyped coming into this season, and they just haven't done it for me this year at all. And you're right that there've been other teams, Ollie, in the ACC that have risen to the challenge, but UNC, to my mind, just haven't.
I think you go back to week 1 or week 0 or week 2, as Alex alluded to. Who knows what week we're in this week? And you look at that North Carolina versus Syracuse game, and Syracuse have been historically bad this season. To my mind, they are not a good team in any shape, form, or fashion. And we dusted off UNC's performance against them because they weren't impressive in that game. But we put it down to a bit of rust, the uncertainty and disruption of the college football preseason. And actually, there's just been glaring examples of that inability to perform on both sides of the ball when's needed. And like you say, they've been a massive disappointment when we were all so high on them.
Alex, quick update on actually it's a bit late, but on Kentucky, that Vandy touchdown was brought back. Gutsy call by Derek Mason. He went for it, 4th and goal, and Mike Wright, who'd come in at quarterback, ran it in. I have to say, Wright has really impressed me since he came on. They are rotating a little bit, but that's now a 10-point game, 31-21 Kentucky.
Very, very interesting. Let's hope there's a little bit of an upset possibly in the SEC brewing. Louisiana, they marched down the field and they scored the touchdown against South Alabama, so they lead 7-0 in that one. Marshall, they've come out in the second half of that game and they've stretched their lead. It's now 27-7 with the extra point still to come. Penn State, you said the momentum was changing. They're in the red zone, aren't they?
You're getting there. Well, I think my feed's a little bit slow, but we've seen it. This game's not over by any stretch. We've seen what I've seen this drive anyway. 4 plays, 3 of them gone first down. Will Levis definitely sparked something on that offense, even if he's having to carry the ball a lot on his own. It's the simple passes like flat passes or slant passes. It's basically his resume so far. Even Pat Freeman's kind of like dried up a little bit with he's getting the football and getting tackled with 3 or 4 yards. But yeah, just made it into the red zone now. I tell you, this game is far from over. And I don't know. There's a guy. That Markel Dismuke, the safety for Nebraska, who almost got knocked out of the game for ejection, rather for the targeting. Physical safety coming down, and even after the play, like ragdolling the ball carrier around, he's desperately trying to get himself knocked out of this game. But maybe Nebraska losing a little bit of cool here. We're down to 2nd and 3rd. Are we going to get it? Are we going to get 24? There we go. Another first down inside the 10-yard line now, and that was. Kayvon Lee with the football. He's already scored a touchdown this game. So, yeah, Penn State very much in the ascendancy here. I did allude to it. It just felt that way. Again, it only takes one big defensive play from Nebraska, and I could definitely see this one being turned on its head again. But, yeah, good signs for Penn State after coming out the second half.
Yeah, and North Carolina have rolled down the field. A De'Ami Brown touchdown was called back on a very questionable block in the back call on this UNC team, but they're now down on the 3 or 4 yard line here. They're rushing up with speed, and the ball, Javonte Williams, is swallowed up at the line of scrimmage there on that one, but it'll be 2nd and goal from the Wake Forest 4 yard line, I think, here as subs come about. So we've got 2 games very much in the red zone here. And very much on the verge of potential comebacks, because a touchdown and a stop and then another touchdown for UNC would get them right back into this game. It would be very much a good thing to watch. So yeah, it's gonna certainly be an interesting game there. Let's see what else we got to talk about. We'll just hold on these 2 games. Not a huge.
We're in the red zone here at Williams Stadium, West Carolina, who, to their credit, have have managed to get into the red zone several times, and then they've just tripped themselves up. It's 3rd and goal at the moment. Just bear with me. Let's see what happens here. He's in. Touchdown, Western Carolina. Quarterback Mark Wright finds the end zone, buried through a quagmire of offensive and defensive linemen. Just nailed his way through. It looked like, even from the TV, it looked like the running back had got it, but Mark Wright, not from the only ways Essex, piles into the end zone, and Western Carolina are about to kick the extra point to make it 42-14. It's not a close game by any stretch of the imagination, but we've got a touchdown.
And we also have a touchdown in the UNC game. Diami Brown is in the corner of the end zone, ran a fade route, and Sam Howell just dropped the ball into the bucket there. He has his second touchdown catch on the day. These two receivers from UNC are something else. Daz Newsome, he's got 7 catches for 164 yards and 2 touchdowns today. And Diami Brown, 6 receptions for 112 yards and 2 touchdowns. The one called back is put back on his stat sheet today. Sam Howell, 410 yards passing, 4 touchdowns and an interception, and we've still got just under 5 minutes left in the third quarter here. He is up to put some fantastic numbers up, but it could all be in vain because his defense just cannot keep Wake Forest out today.
We've got interesting development in this game. Garrett Nelson, the linebacker, looks like he's okay, I think, but certainly knocked about a little bit there. 3rd and goal from about the 8-yard line for Penn State. I think it's a key play, this one. One of my pet hates is when quarterbacks on the sideline, certainly bench quarterbacks such as Sean Clifford, going up to their replacement and telling them what to do when they come off like a drinks break or like timeout or something. It's like, if it was me, I was like, get in my face, I'm on the field because you're not me. You know, that kind of thing annoys me. He's there, he's running off, he's slapping his ass and say, go on, lad, you do it. And well, man, you do it in the first place. Forget that. Anyway, we'll leave this. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's going anywhere. There we go. Absolutely stuffed at the line there. Again, Demuke. The physical safety for the Nebraska coming through. Look like they're going to have to settle for a field goal here, Penn State. But points on the board again. Now we've got an 11-point game. You know, again, potential for something exciting happening in the fourth quarter. Who knows? Maybe I was a little bit quick to write this one off.
Yeah, possibly so. Louisiana have another touchdown. They've marched back down the field, and they are up now 14-0 over South Alabama. We have Fresno State and Utah State about to start, and Georgia State, Appalachian State as another game that's about to start here at 7:30. Miami also in for a touchdown. They have cut the gap against Virginia Tech to 5 points, pending the extra point. Cameron Harris, who I have shares of in a Dynasty League, has scored. And actually, Miami went for 2, and the De'Aaron King pass to Zion Nelson was broken up. We are going to take a quick break here. It's been about an hour and 10 minutes since our last one, and we need to get up, stretch our legs. I'll tell you as well, do the same. Make sure you are getting some movement in there, and you're keeping yourselves hydrated, etc. So we will be back very, very shortly, and looking forward to taking it home, as it were, on this first episode of College Football Live. Welcome back to the final part of College Football Live for today. All the games are starting to edge closer to their completions. We're just a couple of minutes left in the third or into the fourth quarter. And there are some close games out there as well. We have Ollie, who is watching Liberty versus Western Carolina. That game isn't close. The Liberty Flames are up 42 points to 14. Cy is watching Nebraska against Penn State. That's a pretty close one. There's an 11-point gap in that one. Nebraska is up 27 points to 16. But Penn State is starting to roll on a comeback now. But you feel a Nebraska touchdown coming up at any point in these next couple of drives will put this game to bed. And then finally, George is watching a couple of games for us. He started off watching Indiana, number 10 ranked Indiana against Michigan State. That's not close. The Hoosiers are up 24-0. But he's also got an eye on the Vanderbilt game against Kentucky, which is relatively close. The Wildcats of Kentucky are leading 31-21 in that one. As we go around the college football landscape, there have been some wild games all over the place today. North Carolina currently losing to Wake Forest 45-31 in a game where both teams have over 500 yards of offense already, and there's still nearly 2 minutes left in the third quarter there. Virginia Tech lead number 9 Miami by 5 points, 24-14. In that game is just about to head into the fourth quarter. That's well worth tuning in to watch that one. I believe it's on BT Sport. West Virginia lead TCU 17 points to 6 in that Big Ten matchup, which really won't have too much of a bearing on the outcome of the Big 12. And down in the Big Easy in New Orleans, Tulane leads Army 24 points to 12, but Army are rolling. They are in the red zone. They have a 4th and 6, I believe, at the Tulane 10-yard line. They will not kick a field goal because
they'll still run it. They'll still run it out.
Still running it. We really need to check to see if they've thrown any extra passes today, because we know what happens when Army throw a pass, and Army have thrown another pass. It was intercepted a few weeks ago, but Army pass collecting, everybody. Here we go. We get the party going when Army throws a pass here on College Football Live. It happens so infrequently that the lights have to go on in that one, but Army looking to try and get back into this game against the Tulane Green Wave down there in New Orleans. Army.
If ever you were questioning the purchase of those lights, Alex, then the fact that Army has run it for the second time today was just wholly justified that outlandish purchase of yours.
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm really enjoying my light. It's makes a nice cool vibe here in my recording room and office. So also going on today, Louisiana are leading 14 points to 0 against South Alabama, but the Jaguars are in the red zone in that one. Halftime in New Jersey, Rutgers lead Illinois 13-7 in the Big Ten. And finally, on the day of the 50th anniversary of the Marshall Air disaster, Marshall are looking to go to 7-0 on the season as they lead Middle Tennessee 28 points to 7 with 10 minutes left in the third quarter of that one. Ooh, lots going on. That seemed to be a long old little bit of talking for me there. There was an Army pass thrown in as well. Fresno State, Utah State and Georgia State, App State have both kicked off. Both of those games are scoreless. So pretty much at the height of our games that we have got going on right now, lads. And any updates from any of your games? Si, let's talk about Nebraska, because they are rolling a little bit here in this one as that game goes to the fourth quarter.
Well, sadly, I'm on an advert break, so I'll have to wait and see. But one takeaway I will have regarding Nebraska is Scott Frost. He looks like a man who wears glasses all the time, but doesn't put them on for game day. He looks really like bleary-eyed, if you know what I mean.
Touchdown!
Well, way to interrupt it. Go on, Al. I'll have it.
Over to Mr. Oliver Hodgkinson.
It's another Liberty touchdown. You'll be absolutely in no way, shape, form or fashion surprised to hear it. Backup quarterback Nick Ferguson finds CJ Daniels and he's clearing into the end zone. It's going to be 49-14 very, very shortly. Malik Willis, we mentioned earlier, came out of the game midway through the third, if not before. 5 total touchdowns and just over 400 total yards of offense for Malik Willis today. And it's been an absolute walkover for Liberty here at Williams Stadium.
All aboard Liberty, the Hugh Freeze steamroller.
I know you've been eyeing him up for South Carolina, George.
I know. I tell you, whether Ollie and I have talked about this many times, whether he can be enticed or not. I was saying to the guys the other day that as much as there's a huge amount of heat on Will Muschamp, one of the South Carolina, the biggest boosters, came out this week in his defence to say that he should be given at least to the end of the season. So if money talks down there in Columbia, then I suspect that he'll get towards the end of the season. But as I wrote this morning, I wouldn't want to be going to Oxford in my next game, in a game that you need to save your job, because Lane Kiffin has got that ball moving at a pace and quickly and often, and scoring a ton of points. And that South Carolina defense is not looking like it could withhold against it. So, they had that horrible humbling by Texas A&M last week, and I think that for the same to happen again, the patience would be starting to run out very quickly.
I'd just like to cut in here, and I apologise for the profanity that George just said. We will endeavour to not have that team's name said on our broadcast ever again. It isn't after 9 o'clock, so I apologise for bringing that disgusting team name out.
I didn't realise I wasn't allowed to use the word Aggies on this. Sorry, I'll stop using the word Aggies then, or Texas A&M every time that we talk about the Aggies.
And moving over to the conference that Texas A&M ran away from because they're scared of Texas. West Virginia's quarterback Jarrett Deggy has thrown another touchdown in this one. They lead TCU 24-6, and South Alabama have put a field goal on the board. They are now down just 11 points against Louisiana and the Raging Cajuns there. Middle Tennessee have thrown a touchdown pass. They cut the gap against Marshall to 14 in that game. Fresno State and Georgia State are both in the red zone in their game, so I will let you know if anything happens in that one. North Carolina are rolling. They are looking here as the fourth quarter begins to try and cut the deficit between them and Wake Forest to just 7 points. They are currently down 14 in a game that has had over 1,000 yards of offense combined between the two teams. But we are going to go to Mr. Simon Carroll because I believe Nebraska is in the red zone or pretty close to it.
They're on the 15-yard line with 1st and 10, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, interesting one with Nebraska. They've really changed the dynamic of their offense. Not only have they obviously made a change of quarterback, but they've moved a wide receiver, Wan'Dale Robinson, one of the better wide receivers, to running back. Before this game, not one carry this season. So far this game, 12 carries, 54 yards. Probably a damning indictment of how well Dedrick Mills has been doing at running back for them. And obviously we've discussed that running back position and the troubles they've had this season there. They're taking a timeout at the moment, so we're on 1st and 10. I think it's a big time play. This we've been pining about a Penn State comeback here, but it always has looked to be a little bit fragile. And even Nebraska, they don't have to do much on offense, to be quite frankly, Frank Al. They've just literally had to take the shots, pick the poison. Cheeky little 7-yard hitch routes or slant routes or flat routes. Just move the chains constantly. Penn State really bringing nothing on defense to stop this team, and I don't think we were worried prior to this game about James Franklin's job status. I don't think it's going to change just based on this one game, but I certainly feel like this is a huge loss, even compared to the threes they've suffered so far this season.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And going back to our point on Scott Frost, I'm not sure there's a person exists in the world who looks as much like their surname as Scott Frost does. The blonde hair, the blonde eyebrows, and the blonde beard really do make him look a little bit like a villain from a superhero film. He definitely embodies the Frost part of his name. Georgia State, the Panthers, have gone up 7-0 against App State, and that would be a huge upset if that holds over the course of this afternoon. The Appalachian State Mountaineers are one of the best teams in the group of 5 almost perennially, and they've only had one loss all season, and this would be a really, really big loss in that one if it is to stick somehow. I feel
Can I just go back to Penn State for a second, because
yeah, of course,
that is not a program that changes its coach for at frequent intervals, right? This is not Florida State. And I've always thought that James Franklin's really well thought of up there, and I just, when we talk about coaches on the hot seat, I just don't see James Franklin coming under a huge amount of pressure. I do agree with Simon that this would be a headline loss for him, because Nebraska have been so poor that nobody wants a headline loss on their CV. But I just think whether Penn State consider this a rebuilding year, I don't really know. But what strikes me about big, great programs is that even when they lose a lot of great, high-profile players to the draft, they're able to backfill them, and they've got that conveyor belt coming through. The question then comes down to Franklin's recruitment and whether he can attract the right players down into Happy Valley.
Yeah, I completely agree as well. I would do. Do you want to say something else?
Touchdown UNC. Sam Howell tosses his 5th touchdown of the day, and I think it's a 3rd for Daz Newsome down the sideline there, and UNC cuts the Wake Forest lead to 8 points with the extra point still to come. Sam Howell, to me, looks like the guy at the top of the 2022 NFL draft class, and he's done nothing to change my mind on that today. He's had a fantastic performance here as the quarterback of the North Carolina Tar Heels. I love this team. I love the uniforms. I love Mac Brown from his time at Texas, obviously winning a national championship with Texas there. So I really hope that this team can pull back. And it wasn't Daz Newsome, it was Carter, the wide receiver, who caught that touchdown for UNC. Mr. Hodgkinson, do you have something to say?
From sublime quarterback play in North Carolina to atrocious quarterback play in Lynchburg, Virginia. Mark Wright picked off by redshirt freshman linebacker Carl Poole. Liberty with the ball. 3rd string quarterback in now for Liberty. Jonathan Bennett, the redshirt freshman quarterback's in. Another little nugget for you. Leading after the 3rd quarter, Liberty are 14-0 under Hugh Freeze. I think they're going to make it 15-0.
Nice. There's been a big touchdown in the Utah State game.
It's almost like Hugh Freeze is sitting alongside Ollie, just feeding him all these little tidbits, isn't it? I mean, I'm just slightly concerned about that relationship.
What's your wage down at Liberty, Ollie?
In what could have been a game-changing moment in the Kentucky game, Vanderbilt forced a fumble from Terry Wilson, and I think Vanderbilt were absolutely certain they'd recovered the ball, but once that heap of players was peeled back, Kentucky seemed to have got it, but it was on the 20-yard line, so that would have been a game changer, because it would have given Vandy a possession in the red zone and made a very different game of it.
Yeah, so Utah State, so I'm just going to jump in here. They're up 6-0 against Fresno State, an 86-yard touchdown run, missed extra point. Si, off you go.
We're just about to say that Penn State held in the red zone, just in the 10-yard line, 4th and 2. I'm not quite sure what's happened here. Nebraska wheeled out the kicking team to try and go 2 touchdowns up. They nailed it, but there was a delay of game. Nebraska, I think they're going to make them retake it. Still likely a field goal based on this range. But yeah, a little cheeky hole from Penn State. Still not over, despite there only being 10 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, that would be some ending if Penn State was to come back and take the win in that one. Just seeing if there's any other interesting. Marshall have scored again in their game. They're now up 35-14 and look to be cruising to a big win in that one. The ball at the Miami Virginia Tech, it seems to be flying all over the place at the minute. Miami's 4th and 7th at their own 8-yard line. Just seems to be plays going back and forth between these two. Virginia Tech still up by 5. They now have the ball on their own 40-yard line in that one. and that will be an interesting finish in that game, certainly. Gents, well, what have we got to talk about? I want to talk about what happened last night in the games, because there's one result that really stands out and one little bit of S-housery, as we say. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to swear or not on this live stream.
Get it said.
I'm not going to, because it's before 9 o'clock and YouTube. I don't know how YouTube will react to this video in the future, but Iowa come in, wax Minnesota, a Minnesota team that have looked, quite frankly, quite awful over the course of this start to the season. Ollie, you were up watching this game, weren't you? Talk us through what happened at the end, because it was quite fantastic.
Well, I mean, actually, I watched the first bit of this when I put ECU and Cincinnati on to watch Cincinnati. But yeah, there was a few examples of S-housery, as you would like to call it, in this Iowa-Minnesota game. And you just get the impression from it that Kirk Ferentz really hates PJ Fleck. He must absolutely despise him. They were, what were they, 27 or something up, 28 something up when Iowa went for a 2-point conversion. And if you don't hate a man, they're not your actions. You know, the game was well out of sight for Iowa when they were tried to go for the 2-point attempt, and then some absolute scenes at the end where Minnesota trying to get some points on the board, call a timeout, and Ferentz then goes ahead and calls 3 straight timeouts just to stick two fingers up to PJ Fleck. And do you know what? It's so disappointing watching this Minnesota team this year. A team we were so high on last year, we had high expectations for this year. Tanner Morgan looked absolutely garbage last night. There is no other way of putting it. Tanner Morgan looked absolutely garbage. He's going to try and get the ball to Rashard Bateman in every single play, and it's as simple as that. And it's pretty easy to read the Minnesota offense, because that's all they're going to do. They're going to get Tanner Morgan. They're going to try and feed Rashard Bateman, and it was just disappointing. Just disappointing, because you know, you look at all those pieces that they bought back. You know, Rashard Bateman opted back into this season. He was a guy who'd opted out. He'd signed with an agency. And he opted back into this season because he believed in this Minnesota program, and they've been garbage this year. There's no other way of putting it. And for Iowa, a guy I know who is loved by one of our former podcast guests, Thor Nystrom, Tyler Goodson, the running back at Iowa, Spin Shady, 2 touchdowns last night as Iowa cruised to a 35-7 win. I think Si's got something from the Nebraska-Penn State game for us.
Big time play, Ollie. We'll leave us on a little bootleg. Spins out, hits Freeman, who's wide open, marches down the field to the 5-yard line. Looks like they're about to punch it in. Fakes the handoff, Levis, and gets absolutely brutalized by this Nebraska front line. So it's 2nd and goal now. Interesting to see what we've got here, but that was a big time play. No surprise it was Freeman, really. Again, we've got a little handoff, and I think they're in. He's going to give it. He's giving it. There we go. Touchdown for Penn State. This is game on. That's Devin Ford. First thing I've seen him do, particularly all day today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got a game here, boys. 7 points, maybe, pending the kick.
I said that that prospective turnover in the Vanderbilt-Kentucky game was a game changer. It was. Kentucky kept the ball and just run it into the end zone. So I fear this game's now out of sight for Vanderbilt. I think that's too much of a deficit to overcome in the final quarter.
I want to go back quickly to Kirk Ferentz's quote after the game between Iowa and Minnesota, where he turned around and he said, "Yeah, we'll take the trophy home with us, but I wanted to leave my touchdowns here for PJ to think about," which is some top level press conference quotes there in that one. I want to talk quickly about this North Carolina Wake Forest game again. Sam Hartman had the chance here on 3rd and 10 to complete a pass to his receiver. It was a great pass, and it just went straight through the hands of the receiver, so they've had to punt the ball away to North Carolina. Now, the punt was took place on a 4th and 4, and Wake Forest took a delay of game penalty to take the ball back. But when you're on 4th and under 5 yards, surely you keep that distance and you try and draw UNC offsides somehow on this punt team, because you get a first down then. And if you go back to 4th and 9, you're not getting a first down for a lot of these things as well. 4th and 4. If you run into the punter on 4th and 4, then that's 5 yards. That's a first down as well. 4th and 9, running into the punter is a 5-yard penalty, and it's still a re-kick. So some strange decisions there in the Wake Forest North Carolina game, and now Sam Howell has the chance to march his team down the field with just over sort of 12 and a half minutes left and level it up, and then have the chance to win this game from out of nowhere for North Carolina, who were getting absolutely housed in the third quarter, but have come back really well on offense since. And Howell is dealing here, and he is really sending his draft stock way through the roof for 2022.
Another interception for Indiana, and Indiana now just run it. It's Reese Taylor, the defensive back who intercepted it, has now run the pretty much full length of the field, and Indiana have are in the red zone for which would probably just seal off that victory. It's not been close at all throughout this game.
Okay, good to see. We are slightly short on scores in...
Don't worry, Al. I've got something for you, mate. Jake Pinniger, kicker for Penn State, nailed the point after. So there you go.
Oh, there we go. The all-important point after.
Certainly was, mate. It certainly was. It's a ball game right here. Don't you worry about that.
7-point game in that one. Miami has the ball in their game, but they're in their own half. They're still down 5 points against Virginia Tech. Time for De'Aaron King to lead a touchdown drive to steal that game with just under 9 minutes left in that one. Illinois are in the red zone against Rutgers. Rutgers leading 13 points to 7 at the minute in that one. Fresno State down 6-0 against Utah State. They're also in the red zone. But we will wait to see any of the outcomes in that one. We spoke a little bit about Cincinnati, Ollie, already today. They overpowered Eastern Carolina yesterday, didn't they? And Desmond Ridder continues to have and should I whisper it, potential Heisman season?
You can whisper it or you can shout it as loudly as it deserves to be. Desmond Ridder is a guy that is going to be rising in NFL draft considerations. He had another strong game last night. 327 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, led the team in rushing as well, with a rushing touchdown, 75 yards. The guy is a competitor. He is a talented dual threat playmaker, and he's putting this Cincinnati team in a position to win week in, week out, and that's all you can ask from your quarterback and more. And you look at the running back situation at Cincinnati. Michael Warren left for the NFL last season, and you were expecting someone to step up into that breach, and that guy is Jared Dokes. And he's having a cracking season, and he's a running back that you don't hear a lot in the conversation, but he should be. But he's been, I think he's been overshadowed by the performances of Desmond Ridder, because that guy can play football. A very un-Desmond Ridder-like play to open the game yesterday. I think it was eventually called a fumble. The ball came out as he was throwing it and just plopped up in the air. Cincinnati managed to recover, and then from there on out, he was just imperious, and Cincinnati were imperious in beating ECU.
Yeah, I mean, Andre Ware, 1989, the last time a school, now in the group of 5, that he was at Houston quarterback there, the last time a school now in the group of 5 won the Heisman Trophy. So it would be quite something, and I think Ridder deserves to be in that conversation. His team's undefeated, and he's having a fantastic season. And
this is what this 2020 college football season has delivered for us. It's delivered almost the impossible can happen this season, because the Power 5 has started later than all the other conferences. There are so many storylines that we're seeing from this season. You know, we've talked about BYU, we've talked about Coastal Carolina, we're talking about Cincinnati now. I'm watching Liberty now. These are all unbeaten programs that are having phenomenal seasons that are in the spotlight because of the disrupted nature of this season. And why not have a Heisman winner from a group of 5 school or an independent school? Why not have Zach Wilson as a Heisman contender? These are or Desmond Ridder. Or hell, let's have Malik Willis as a Heisman contender. The guy's balling out.
There's his payroll. Performance again.
Check. But why not? Why should we be? Why should we be settling for Trevor Lawrence walking away with the Heisman? Why should we be settling for Justin Fields walking away with the Heisman? Because these guys are in primetime television week in, week out. I think there's a touchdown wherever Alex is watching.
Miami lead Virginia Tech in that one. De'Aaron King, the comeback is nigh on complete. 12-point swing. They were 11 points down. They're now 1 point up. De'Aaron King passes to Mark Pope down the middle. 36-yard touchdown. 2-point attempt failed. Miami leads 25-24 against Virginia Tech. Get that one on your TV screens, lads.
I have to say this Indiana-Michigan State game has been bereft of any action in the second half whatsoever, but quite an interesting thing there where 4th and goal and Indiana decide to go for it. It looked like a busted play because it really did look as if the ball was going to Stevie Scott. He'd carried it for the 3 previous plays. It looked as if it was going straight back to him. Unfortunately, Penix moved away from that, swept out to the left, looked up to throw the ball, and there was absolutely nobody to throw the ball to. So Tom Allen was apoplectic in his rage. I'd also say something I meant to report earlier on was that Thomas Allen Jr. has been carried off in what looks like quite a bad injury.
Got a bit of breaking news here, boys. Tip pass from Luke McCaffrey. It's intercepted by Penn State. A bit of a game changer. Brandon Smith, the outside linebacker, comes up with a football. Tips the line of scrimmage. I think that's around the Penn State's 40-yard line, so they've got a bit to go. But ball in their hands. And another bit of breaking news for you, Al. You asked before about Rondale Moore. He's out for the game against Northwest.
Damn, 2020 taking away my chance to watch Rondale Moore.
He's not playing at all this season, is he?
No,
I don't think so. No. Undisclosed, it says, so I'm pretty sure he's done for the year. That was on the midfield, by the way, the interception there by Brandon Smith. So Penn State definitely in the ascendancy here. I'll be surprised if they don't score this touchdown right now. That's the way the game's gone. This could be even more heartbreaking if Nebraska loses. I can't work out who's going to be more upset, and I'm living for it. I can't wait to find out who it is.
So just going to head around the grounds quickly to tie up a few things. App State kicked a field goal. They are still down 4 against Georgia State. That's 7-3 to Georgia State there. Illinois also kicked a field goal. They draw their deficit against Rutgers back to 3 points in that one. Then where else? Utah State are in for the touchdown in their game. They lead 12-7 against Fresno State. I think we're just waiting on an extra point there. Marshall, they have a touchdown. They lead 42-14 against Middle Tennessee State. Grant Wells has thrown 5 touchdown passes in that one and thrown for 336 yards as well. And redshirt freshman at Marshall looks to be a truly, truly good player at the quarterback position so far. Tulane, they've also gone up 31-12 against Army. You have to feel like that game is done with under 5 minutes left now. Ollie, what have you got going on?
Oh man, Alex Barbier, the hero of last week, the game-winning field goal, 51 yards last week was his career high. The guy who is absolutely jacked like Arnold Schwarzenegger has just absolutely nailed a 54-yard field goal to give Liberty a 58-14 lead. Absolute nailed it.
Nice, that's a huge one. Sam Howell has thrown another touchdown pass here. It's his 6th of the day, I believe, now in this game, and UNC are a point away from tying up this one. Sam Howell, 547 yards, 6 touchdown passes and an interception. Garrett Woolston, the tight end, catching it for UNC. This bonkers game is tied up at 45 points apiece. And what a phenomenal finish we've got here. 8 minutes left. UNC in the ascendancy. Can Wake Forest get anything going there? They've been held scoreless in this fourth quarter so far, and this is going to be a barn burner of a finish in Chapel Hill.
In Kentucky, I'm not suggesting they think the game's over, but they've brought in Bo Allen at quarterback now. I'm sorry, I'm going to get a bit SEC geeky here. They think very much of this young guy. I'm not sure if this is his first. I don't think it's his debut, but he is particularly young. I think this is his rookie year. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he gets on. He's got 7 minutes to do something with it, but they do think a lot about him, and he was highly recruited coming out of high school.
Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. Awesome. Very close game. So, close game watch as we get into the real tough parts of the fourth quarter here. If you want to put on Miami and Virginia Tech, I believe that is on BT Sport 3 right now. Miami leads by a single point in Blacksburg. Virginia Tech led that game for a long, long time. Nebraska, they face Penn State. They're up 30 points to 23. Penn State has the ball and they're rolling. That game is not on TV in the UK. The best place to get updates for that one is with my colleague Simon Carroll right below me here. And then Wake Forest, North Carolina, that is 45-45, over 1,000 yards of offense, 90 points scored between the two teams. That game is on ESPN Player. It's on ACC Network. You'll be able to find it on ESPN Player. If you don't have that, stick here and I will have all the updates on that one today. Oh, what a phenomenal slate of games so far. Have we had a game go final?
It's pretty cool, this, Al. I'm going to be honest, like, we have had this whole weekend has been decimated in terms of like the college football schedule. We've got about 10 games today, which is probably half of what we may have at the 5 o'clock slot in a regular game, but we've had some pretty blinding games, and that, surprisingly, this one's one of them. We've got Penn State now, 2nd and 10 at the, I think it's at the Nebraska 38-yard line. What we've got here, we've got Levis, strike. No, they've got to be big defensive stop there from Nebraska. Now this 3rd and 10 is a huge play now for Penn State. Time is ticking. We're down to 6.5 minutes at my end. It's hard to tell which way it's going to get. In any other game, you would feel confident that the team in the ascendancy is going to take this one by the scruff of the neck. But because it's Penn State, I honestly do not want to put all my eggs in that basket whatsoever. And because it's Nebraska they're playing, I don't want to say that they're going to stand tall either. I can't work out who it's going to be. Come back to me. I'll tell you in a bit when I found out.
Okay, so a little bit of a change in programming. Mr. Hodgkinson is going to take over the UNC versus Wake Forest game, which is very, very close. Stick with me for updates on Miami against Virginia Tech in that game. We have a game gone final. West Virginia beaten TCU 24 points to 6 in the Big 12. Read all about that one in Red River Roundup tomorrow. Monday. Monday published now. We slightly moved the dates on it. Live on the touchdown.co.uk. Oh, George, any standout performers for you today that we haven't seen already from this Kentucky team that have still somehow, very sneakily put up 40 points today, almost?
Yeah, they've been, I guess, kind of consistently efficient, if that's a phrase to use, right? They've done well. And as I say, I've been quite impressed by Vanderbilt coming into this. I'd written them off right from the very beginning. And say Kentucky got off to a really strong start, and you thought, well, that's it, game's over. But Vandy managed to pull themselves into it. But Kentucky have just kind of always kept their nose in front, and that last touchdown really just has kind of taken them, beyond sight. So with 5.5 minutes to go, that I think the game's pretty much over. I think Terry Wilson divides opinion. He is a player, a quarterback who has suffered some pretty bad injuries. He's obviously coming back. The one thing I've missed is what's happened to Joey Gatewood this week. I'm not sure whether he's injured or just hasn't featured in the lineup. But seeing Bo Allen in obviously has got quite exciting. It's whenever you see your kind of freshman QB come in, it's always quite interesting to see. But as I say, I think Kentucky have played well. They're just one of these teams which are probably frustrating for their fans to watch. they are a tricky team to play at Kroger Field. But I think Vanderbilt have put up a good showing.
Nice. And then in the other game, you're watching Indiana against Michigan State. What are we up to now? 6 turnovers today. I think it's 5 interceptions or 6 interceptions thrown.
They cut away to the two Michigan State quarterbacks who seem to be consoling themselves, who between them I think have accounted for six turnovers. It really has been, as I say, that first quarter was a pantomime. But Indiana just took over and have run away with it. And frankly, the second half's been a bit of a snooze fest. There's not been much happening. I don't know if you picked Taylor on, but Tom Allen's son appears to have got a nasty injury and was carried off. It was really nice that every member of the Indiana team went over and kind of consoled him or shook his hand. But Indiana just running away with this.
Rutgers have scored a touchdown. They take a 10-point lead in their game against Illinois. They lead 20 points to 10 in that one. And Louisiana have another touchdown as well. They lead 21 points to 3 against the South Alabama Jaguars.
Oh, can I jump in there, buddy? James, frankly, rolling the dice here. Going for it on 4th and 5. Could have kicked a field goal and put a game of it. Still about 5 minutes left at the time. Now we're down to 4 minutes. Both these quarterbacks, backup quarterbacks, they're both happy to run the football, both happy outside the pocket. 4th and 5. Levis slips out to the right, hits Keandre Lambert-Smith again, the new Jalen Rago, and they are within the 10 yards now, within 10 yards of basically tying this game. Interesting scenario developing here. Again, all on tenterhooks because we just do not know. It's all fragile when it comes to Penn State.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal so far today. Some really close games coming down to the wire, which is exactly what we wanted when we planned this. All week, Si and myself and the other two guys in here, Ollie and George, have been chatting about what we were going to do in this show today. And I think the worst case scenario would have been just loads of games that were absolute drubbings, and we had absolutely no ability whatsoever to cover it late on. But Si, what's going on?
We've had 2 fade plays, both trying to drop into the corner of the end zone from Will Levis, and both times they bounced off the hands of the Penn State wide receivers. This time it was number 5, Jahan Dotson. We're going to go to third and goal. I imagine it would be now. It looks about 10 yards. It's hard to discern, but Nebraska DBs feeling themselves a little bit here. Yeah, 3rd and 10 still. It's not even actually 3rd and goal, but it's very, very close. And based on what Franklin rolled the dice earlier, I think he wants to tie this up right now and really take this game by the scruff of the neck. Interesting, we've got Levis looking for his instruction off the sideline. This has been a common theme. We see this from a lot of college football teams. Those guys who aren't too familiar with the college game, we've got quarterbacks lining up with one look and waiting for the coaching staff or people on the sidelines to see what the defense is coming out with, and they've changed the play. It's been pretty much every play on this drive for Penn State. They've been doing that. There's been a timeout for Penn State. This is a big play now. We're looking at what basically a game play right now is what we're seeing. So come back to me in a bit. We'll see how they go. But yeah, Penn State very much in the ascendancy.
Oh my days, Miami have dropped this game.
Of course they have.
The linebacker Jennings had the ball in his hands, ready for an interception, and he's dropped it. And then in the next play, Hendon Hooker takes the snap, slips, drops his knee down, and gets touched down by a Miami defender for what is probably the simplest sack you'll see all year. He sacked himself. Hendon Hooker has sacked himself here for Virginia Tech. Miami still lead by a point, but now Virginia Tech have got to punt the ball, and just a crazy 2-play sequence there in that one. What is going on in Blacksburg? George, have you got something you want to talk to us about?
Vandy pulled a score back, so it's now about to kick the extra point, but it's now 34-38. So this game with 3 minutes to go has now got really interesting.
You were too quick to bid off the SEC there. We've just had a tip pass on the third and 10 from Kevin, from Levis rather. Oh, that was close, that one. It was tipped and almost intercepted, to be fair. It's Pat Fremont who actually tipped the ball towards his own receiver. Weirdly, they're going for it on 4th and 10 if you want to stay with me. Just seeing what it's going to do. 14 seconds left on the play clock. We've got trips formation to the left with the running back in the backfield. Levis, what's he going to do? He's found it. No, it's dropped. That's a turnover. This could be the game-changing play. Again, Demuki, the safety we're talking about, who's lucky to still be on the field making plays once more. Huge goal line stand, really, for Nebraska there.
Nice. Ollie, what's going on over in Chapel Hill?
So Wake Forest have punted. Sam Howell needs just 33 passing yards to break the ACC single game passing record held by Deshaun Watson. 2nd and 6 for the Tar Heels in their own 23-yard line, I would say.
Put it up in here if you want.
They need really. It's a big run past the halfway line. So the Tar Heels are driving downfield. For me, I mean, if I'm Carolina, they've had such a phenomenal running game this season. Put it in the back's hands, run the clock down, get out there with a win. But they're not going to do that. They're going to sling it all over the park, I imagine. But they're into Wake Forest territory. First down, 6 minutes 54 on the clock. There's a Wake Forest player down the concert. He looked pretty banged up, to be honest. Let's see if we can figure out who this guy is. Can't see any number or distinguishing features for this kid. I suspect they'll cut to an advert in a minute. He's not looking in good shape on the ground, unfortunately.
Okay, on to 3rd and 5 now in the Miami game. If they get this, there's just over 2 minutes left in this one. Virginia Tech have 1 timeout remaining, so Miami still need a couple of first downs to confirm the win in this one. We're just seeing some sideline shots now, guys. I want your opinions here. Old school phones on the sideline to talk between coordinators and quarterbacks is one of the best sights in college football, isn't it?
Absolutely vibing with it, mate. Absolutely love it. Yeah. Sorry about you had to mute me there, didn't you? See, was he talking to my dog? Yeah, but I honestly, I love that. It would only be better if it was one of those phones that like sat inside the helmet, like they used to do at the NFL draft. Do you remember those things? That would be just the pièce de résistance. But I will live with those proper old school phones, especially if they're getting told off. It's the funniest sight in football.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just tell with their face when they're sitting there and they're getting it in the neck. That's the Indiana game finished now, so Indiana have kind of run away with that.
Shutting out Michigan State 24-0, and the Tulane Army game is also final now. That is 38-12 in favour of Tulane, who kind of ran away with things a little bit there in the 4th quarter. So Miami go backwards on that play. So 4th and 8, they will punt the ball away to Virginia Tech, who have just under 2 minutes. So 1 minute 59, no timeouts on the clock. They need a field goal to win this game. They're a point behind against number 9 Miami. Can the Hurricanes defense force a win in this one? Looks to me like Penn State have got the ball back, Si.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. From Luke McCaffrey, I don't even know what he's thinking there on a 3rd and 5, throwing it across the middle into traffic. It must have been 3 Penn State guys swarmed all over the Nebraska receiver, but it looks like Nebraska are punting basically from their own goal line here. So we're talking 2.5 minutes left in this game, and Penn State with the football based on, obviously I think I might be a bit behind with this feed, but there we go. Number 5 got the ball on his own 30-yard line, so 70 yards to go for Penn State to tie this game up if they can. Hopefully they'll try and go for 2 points if they do so we don't have to hang around here too long.
I think I called the wrong score for Kentucky. It's 28-38 for or Kentucky leading 38-28.
How long left on that one, George?
2 minutes, and Kentucky have got the ball and they're running it, so they're playing the clock. But what was interesting was they showed you the Indiana's remaining games, and obviously next week they go to Ohio State, and what is now going to be quite a big game. Ollie's got his hands in the air. I don't know what that means. I don't know whether he's celebrating Indiana going to Ohio. He's got some news.
No, just final score: Liberty 58, Western Carolina 14. It's all over at Williams Field.
You got to shoot off now and do a press conference with Hugh Freeze, have you?
Yeah, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna join Hugh Freeze and hopefully Malik Willis, and we'll get some good quotes for you guys for later on. If someone wants to jump on UNC, 6 minutes 19 left on there, 2nd and 7.
Yeah, there's certainly a big game coming up now. There is going to be some huge finishes coming up here. Let's look, check back in on Virginia Tech, who 30 seconds has gone off the clock here. On this one, we shouldn't be too far from the finish now. It's 1st and 15 to Virginia Tech. I'm just trying to see where they are on the field. Looks like Hendon Hooker. Oh, it was a bad snap, and he saved it really, really well before throwing the pass into the floor. So
we've got a bit of thing. Penn State moving the football down the field. That was a dangerous pass from Levis there, straight across the middle to Pat Frymouth. He's tried it over and over again. That is still managed to catch it though. 1st down. This time we're in Nebraska territory. What kind of pass is that? That is dangerous. Again, it's still caught by Penn State. That is a phenomenal catch by Parker Washington. We haven't called his name much this game, but Penn State are slowly but surely moving the football down this field. They've still got maybe 90 seconds left. They've got one timeout in the pocket. Oh yeah, I'm feeling this. This is happening now.
Certainly going to be something. So Penn State into the red zone. Virginia Tech rolling here, and it's just an out pass to the running back wearing 0. So they've got 3rd down here, 59 seconds on the clock, and they've not really advanced anywhere. So it's 3rd and 3 for Virginia Tech, or at least it will be in a minute.
What's your opinion on the zeros, lads? I don't think George would like it being a traditionalist. Yeah, I do too, mate.
I was going to ask earlier on, and there's been a raft of them, right? I mean, I think just about every team has taken it up. I don't know if I've seen too many that haven't.
I'm not happy about it at all. It's a bit space jammy for my like.
Why would you want to cheer with a 0 in it? I don't understand that. What number are you? I'm 0. I don't get that, to be honest.
I'm not keen on ones myself.
No, I'm not. I think it's self-indulgent. I'll decide who's number 1, not you. I think that's the way it should be.
BYU.
Oh, Pat Frymouth has had another reception. We're 3rd and 3 now. We're definitely in the red zone now, Al. 1 minute 5 left on the clock. Tense times. This is why I chose this game. You guys laughed. You all laughed before in production. This is exactly why I chose this game. That is not going to work, but it has worked. I'm talking rubbish.
Virginia Tech pick up the 1st down, so the clock stops a little bit. They throw a screen pass here to the running back, who beats 1, 2, and gets out of bounds as well. Great play there. They pick up about 9 on that play. So 44 seconds to go. Virginia Tech has a 2nd and 1, 2nd and 2. Still inside their own half, though. They've got to get probably about 30 to 40 more yards before they can set up for a potential game-winning field goal. So they're on their own 40-yard line here as we go to Mr. Hodgkinson.
Big 3rd and 10 play here for North Carolina. I thought for a second they'd started adhering to my game plan of just running the ball slowly but surely down the field, and then they put the ball back in Sam Howell's hands. Drop pass. They're on just on the edge of the Wake Forest red zone, 21-yard line. 3rd and 10 with 4:20 on the clock. Sam Howell is taking off. Sam Howell's taking off, and he's touchdown.
Hey!
North Carolina.
Oh.
Sam Howell rushing touchdown, and the Tar Heels take the lead. What a play by Sam Howell. He looked like he was going to drop back and pass, and he just took off. I've just seen the fantastic overalls that the Tar Heels fans are supporting as well. It's all looking good for North Carolina, but they've left quite a considerable amount of time on that clock. There's still a good 4 minutes remaining for Wake Forest to come back in, and as we've seen throughout this game, this UNC defense isn't anything remotely as good as its offense. So just going to kick the extra point here to make it 52-45, I presume. Straight through the middle of the uprights. 4 minutes 11 left on the clock. Now, if you're Wake Forest, you put the ball in the hands of your running backs.
Never doubted those Tar Heels. We've got a 3rd and goal here for Penn State with 44 seconds left on the clock. We've got about 9 yards to go. We've got Will Levis under centre. He's dropping. I don't think you like it. It's not going to go well. He's been dragged down. It's a sack. It's a sack. Coverage sack as well, I would argue. He didn't have anywhere to throw the football. Big play from Ryman, number 28. Oh, this is now 4th and goal. Big time play here, Al.
God,
Perfect.
massive
16.
massive error for just sorry to interrupt, Alex. Just watching the replay of a touchdown. I don't know who number 45 is for Wake Forest, but he's got the opportunity to tackle Sam Howell on his way to the end zone, and he tried to peanut Tillman it out of his hands and absolutely failed. If he'd have took him down, you're talking about potentially limiting UNC to a field goal, but it's not. It's a touchdown. There's a 7-point lead. Like I said, 4:11 on the clock.
He looked to me, Ollie, as if he did that on the way through. He was kind of like...
That's what you said.
So 16 seconds left here in the game between Miami and Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech need about 20 yards to get into field goal range, and even then it would be a long field goal to win the game. This offense hasn't quite looked like picking it up. Hendon Hooker drops back to pass. Miami getting pressure. He throws the ball away. 10 seconds left. It's 3rd and 10 now from the Virginia Tech 44-yard line. They need, as I say, about 20 yards to get far enough into the Miami half to set up a potential game-winning field goal. I'm just not sure if they're going to do it. This Miami line has been getting pressure pretty consistently in this second half, and they're doing so again now. Si, over to you.
It's over, boys. 4th and goal was a failure. I was about to say that one thing you might want to say about Will Levis, and maybe he should have took a leaf out of Hendon Hooker's book, was throw the ball away on that 3rd down. Really left him in a hole. Didn't make it. McCaffrey took over and downs. Knelt the football. This one's over. Nebraska's taken the win against Penn State. James Franklin does not look happy whatsoever. But this one's over. A shock. It was closer than it should have been. It was an exciting finish. I'm glad I chose it. Trust me to choose these games, boys. Just wait till next week when I find the next dog shit game to pick.
I found it. I've already found it for you.
Go on.
Yeah, I found it earlier. Hang on. Let me just revisit.
It better be somebody I know. Help me out.
It is.
I'll come back to you in a minute, Ollie, because Virginia Tech now on 4th and 10, 5 seconds remaining. The 3rd and 10 pass was incomplete. The ball snapped back to Hooker. He throws it. It's caught. They're going to hook and lateral here for the play. There's a nice offload, and it's all going wrong, and Hendon Hooker is taken down. Miami wins. They win 25-24. They improve to 8-1 on the year. Oh, what a great comeback victory for De'Aaron King and his Hurricanes. Here, they win by a single point in a game that they looked like they were going to lose all day long. Oh, not quite any true changes here, any true outside the box thinking here, but it looks like it's a win for Miami in this one, and we'll go back to Ollie for the toilet bowl for next weekend.
ECU at Temple, 1-6 ECU at 1-4 Temple, an absolute. Oh, Sam Hartman, what are you doing? 4th and 9. 4th and 9. Sam Hartman absolutely put on his arse. Well back in his own half as well. Let me just wait for a replay to come back up on there. But it's an interesting play call as well. You know, it's still 3:45 on the clock. Oh, just straight up the middle, straight on his arse. Chaz Surratt. We mentioned him earlier as being one of the best linebacking prospects in this NFL draft class, and put Sam Hartman on the floor, and that is potentially going to be the deal here.
So it's a 3-point game at Vanderbilt now. Kenny Sale threw a beautiful pass in the end zone. So 30 seconds on the clock, and it's a 3-point game. It's all got very exciting.
Oh, here we go. This is what we're talking about. I was watching highlights there of Rutgers against Illinois. What is it about Greg Schiano that makes this team, either reasonable or absolute nonsense? It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, this is the guy who's old. We talked about Scott Frost maybe being a bit old school, but in a different way. But Greg Schiano is he's militant. It seems to work. It seems to work though, doesn't it? There at Rutgers.
So we're just going to quickly go around the grounds before I go back to George in this Vanderbilt-Kentucky game. Illinois have picked up a touchdown. They are now cut the gap again to 3 points. Rutgers up 20-17 in that one. Louisiana and South Alabama, that is 28-10 in that game. I think there's been a couple of touchdowns gone in. Fresno State, Utah State. Fresno State lead 14-13. That missed extra point proving costly for the Utah State Aggies in that game. George, We looking at a potential onside kick here from Vandy?
Onside kick right this very second. A little pooch kick. It's bouncing about, and Kentucky have recovered. So game over.
Fair play,
Vandy.
Yeah, Vanderbilt putting up more of a fight than we potentially thought they would in that one. So looks like North Carolina are going to win this game here against Wake Forest because it is a one-score game. We will stay with you till the end of this possession, but it looks as though this is going to be a North Carolina win. So just some thoughts, closing thoughts really with this one, guys. First on the overall experience today on College Football Live, first time ever for any of us doing this kind of thing, and then on the games that we've seen, the action what we've seen. So we'll go to Ollie first.
Yeah, I'm just watching North Carolina essentially bleed the clock down now, 2nd and 10 on the Wake Forest 15. It's been fun, hasn't it, guys? Yeah, it's been touchdown North Carolina. Now it is over. Yeah, that's the game. Javonte Williams into the end zone. We talked about him earlier as an ascending NFL draft running back prospect. That's going to be game, set, and match for the Tar Heels, who put up 35 unanswered points if they kick the extra point, which is just incredible. We talked about their offense. You know, their defense is awful. Their offense is amazing. If they could just find some defense to match that offense, it would be. We'd be back talking about them as a college football playoff contender, but we're not going to entertain that chat. Yeah, just a great slate of afternoon games when you consider that we've had 15 games cancelled because of COVID this week. It's been, as always, entertaining, full of highlights, and just been. Sorry, my microphone muted itself. It's been great to chop it up with you guys this afternoon.
Ollie, it can happen to anybody, mate. It's happened to me at least 4 or 5 times. Don't worry about it, pal.
Mr. Somerville, let us know your thoughts today.
Yeah, it's been a great afternoon. The 4 hours have just have flown through. Right, I didn't expect this, as you know, that I had apprehensions about this. It's been really good fun. It's been great to see, you know, a couple of games, and I've been able to watch a little bit of golf, so it's been perfect. Hanging out with you guys. Indiana were very impressive after that slow first quarter. Leads itself up, sets itself up really nicely for a game next week against Ohio State. Ohio State, who haven't really got into the motion of the season so far. So I'm looking forward to that one. And it was great to see, you know, an SC game that I wouldn't normally watch. So as I say, Vanderbilt impressed me. Kentucky got the victory. A great afternoon.
Never ever doubt those boys from Kentucky, George. I've really enjoyed myself, guys. I really have. I thought when I was doing this, I thought I'd be focusing so much on one game, I won't be able to enjoy the whole experience. But I really have. You know, we've obviously been spreading the wealth a little bit. I hope the people watching have enjoyed it as well. I think this is something that we could really have legs. I hope we can get it going. In terms of my game, I couldn't have asked for better from two teams that basically very sorry football teams managed to produce something that was entertaining. And I think across the board, it's been like that. Just like to say thank you to George and Ollie and Alex for the experience. I think hopefully we'll do it next week, and don't know what time we'll start and finish. Depends what the slate's like and whether we have a college football next week, I suppose. But certainly an experience I hope to relive again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Thank you to everyone who's watched. I know from YouTube there's been a couple of people that have watched all 4 hours, which is phenomenal. Thank you ever so much for sticking with us. If you can drop a subscription, hit subscribe on the College Chaps page. What I'm going to do is clip this up over the course of the week and put some of the better moments out there as their own standalone little videos, so people that missed the whole thing can see some of the highlights over the course of this game. And thank you ever so much for giving us a chance coming and joining us. It's been an incredibly fun experience. And hopefully same time or similar time next week. What we will do, we will look at the potential slate of games over the course of next weekend and then decide whether we want to do the afternoon window like we've done here or the later window, depending on where the better games are and where we feel things are going to be. So make sure you join us next week if you are around. Thank you ever so much for tuning in. from me, from all the guys at the Touchdown, from the college chaps. Follow us all on Twitter and all that malarkey, and you'll get all the news of what we're going to be doing next week's show. I've been Alex. From me and from the guys, stay safe, stay well, enjoy the rest of the games this evening, and we will talk to you guys very, very soon.